Hello and welcome to the Friday stream for Onyx Dragon Gaming. Today's casual Fridays, as you can tell by the fact that I've even left my hair at home, it seems. Today we're going to be taking a break from painting night goblins to be painting something completely different. This week, we're going to be, on Friday, we are going to be painting some Deathwing Terminators. I mean, based on how involved they are, there might be just the one, but hopefully we'll be able to get on with more. I've started off by prepping them, because otherwise you'll be sitting and literally watching me do a boring base coat, which isn't very much fun. So I have sprayed them with Wraithbone undercoat from GW, and then I've gone back in. I was going to start off doing it by hand, but then I found it was just a lot easier to put it through an airbrush, and I've airbrushed them all Screaming Skull to give them that distinct bone tone that they are known for. So, without further ado, let's get to the first stage. First stage, we're going to start off with the Sergeant, I think, because, you know, he's cool. You notice he's headless. There is a reason for this. I'm leaving him without a head because of the really awesome new upgrade sprue that Games Workshop previewed on Christmas Day, in fact. And again, today they've gone through and shown us some really cool bits on there. There's a really awesome bear head that I want to use for my Sergeant on this particular squad. So, without further ado, let's get cracking. The first thing we're going to be doing, if I can find the right colour, he says, is some Corvus Black. So, normally I start with like sorting out the armour, which is what I did on my first guy. I sort of went around and did all the various parts of the armour, went in all the recesses, and we'll get to that later, but I've realised that since then that it's actually better to, again, like we were doing with the Night Goblins, to do a lot of the details first on the inside, and then kind of let that tidy that up a bit, and then go back in and do all the armour recesses. So what we're going to do to start with is we're going to start with some Corvus Black, which is a lovely off black, which also can be handily washed as well, which is really cool. So we're going to start with that, and what we're going to do is we're going to go into all the sort of into the parts between all the joints of the armour. Although I have to say, what have I done? Oh, I see. Normally I do it Corvus Black. I think I wanted a bit more contrast in this. So actually, ignore what I said. What we're going to start with is some Black Templar contrast. Now, Black Templar contrast, Black Legion contrast, I get confused between the two because there's two very similar names. But Black Legion contrast is awesome for basically going over really light colours like this with black super quickly. It covers really well and is really useful for that. So what we're going to do is start with these back vents on the back of the Terminator. I'm going to try really hard. I've had some feedback that I am terrible at. I'm keeping my. Basically, I'm painting really how I'm used to painting at home, which is right up close to myself. I'm trying to be very conscious about that now and make sure that I'm actually painting a lot more on camera, so you guys can actually see what I'm doing rather than just listening to me gibber about things. So, as you can see, we've already made a little bit of mistakes on here, but again, like we did before on the Night Goblins, it's easy just to pick them and fix them up. But the speed at which we can get these deepest recesses covered in black, so that when we come back in with the metalwork to pick up the fins on the vents here, it'll give us nice contrast, make it look like it goes all the way back in. So what we're going to do is we're going to do that on all of the parts that we want to be either metallic or a really dark colour. So we're going to go into here. See, where it's actually quite heavily, we can fix it, at least help ourselves a little bit by trying to wash off. Although, as I say that, I have made a mess of that. But it's okay. That's what fixing's for. So, here we are, back to it. So, what are we going to go for next? We'll go for the other. I'm going to go for the other back of the joint of the knee. Get that one nice and filled in. So, hopefully, when some more people arrive, I'll be able to show you and go through the processes of this particular army. So this is my personal army. This is my Dark Ages army, which I've had on and off throughout the editions for 30 years now, which is absolutely mad to think of when I think about it now. It's crazy. But I've had them all the way back since they were first debuted as a separate force in the Angels of Death Codex. Way back, for those of you who remember 2nd edition. Those hoary old veterans like myself who remember those wonderful times when everything was new and we'd never seen them before. We were first getting our mitts on these lovely new figures and factions where the game was really establishing itself. Like Rogue Trader was the 1st edition, and it was still, I think at that point, realistically a glorified role-playing encounter. And it was 2nd edition where it really came into its own. It came into the game, all the stuff that we know and love today in the hobby, the factions, the characters, special characters especially. I think that was the golden age for special characters, for me personally. When I look back, we'll look at some of the newer, lovely Primaris versions, especially of Space Marine characters. Seeing them, hello, the Greases. Hello, James, especially. I always like to say hi to you. We're painting Space Marines today, James. Well, specifically, we're painting Deathwing Terminators. I did the super boring bit off screen and painted them bone with an airbrush, because that's about all I can use an airbrush for at the moment, is for doing base coats. But if it works, it doesn't matter, does it? Especially on these light colours. James says he likes Imperial Fist. Ah, see, James, my boy, you used to be a fan of the Dark Age. What happened to you? Is it because Daddy's painting Imperial Fist at the moment? Is that what it is? Is it they're now the best? I thought green was your favourite colour. I mean, I know these aren't green. I'll deal with it. Good man, Ben. You teach him. You teach him the ways of our Lord and Saviour, Lionel Johnson. Not this standing behind fortress walls nonsense. He's fickle. Yeah. I mean, he's young. He's allowed to be. As long as he suddenly decides, he doesn't like Star Wars, we'll be fine. Though I can't see that happening anytime soon. So what was I saying? Yeah. So 2nd edition characters. A lot of them were defined really in the 2nd edition, and a lot of the newer ones. I love Star Wars. Yes, you and me both. Star Wars is the best. The only people who don't love Star Wars are the people who were in the Star Wars, and that's because they lived them. That's a joke from How I Met Your Mother, in case you don't know, but it's still relevant. So yeah, 2nd edition characters. Yeah, a lot of the modern redos, the Primaris versions of say Dante, Mephiston especially, is just like almost a perfect 3D recreation of his original Mark Gibbons artwork from the Angels of Death Codex, and I absolutely love that. I love that that's the way, because those art pieces, some of them were just so iconic and they look so cool. I think I'm so glad when I see it. Like whenever I hear rumours of a new character being done, coming out for Space Marines, there's like when I say new, I mean a new version of an old character coming out for Space Marines. I'm so excited to see how what their interpretation is based on some of the older artwork and etc. So, I mean, like the Black Templars characters again, they weren't necessarily from 2nd edition, but oh my word, Helbrecht, Grimaldus, how they look absolutely awesome. Even some of the Ultramarines. I'll say I quite like Minus Calgar. I know he's in Gravis armour, and that can be quite divisive for a lot of people, but I still think he looks awesome with the Gauntlets of Ultramar to the fore. And Tigurius as well. Tigurius is an awesome version of of him, an update of a classic Space Marine character. But I said when it comes to Dark Angels, I remember being really excited when everyone was getting during the Psychic Awakening phase of 40k. I was very excited because we'd seen Mephiston, we'd seen Calgar, and I was like, oh, this is going to be awesome. I can't wait. Who are they going to do for Dark Angels? Is it going to be Asmodai? Is he going to get that cool Mark Gibbons artwork treatment with the sword down and the mace? Are we going to get that? Are we going to get Ezekiel? Was on some of his artwork where he's striding forward with the Tome of Salvation under one arm. Are we going to get Azrael? Again with him with the sword of the sword of secrets held aloft, and the Lion's Wrath under his arm, and the little helmet bearer of the Lion Helm stood next to him. Are we going to get that? And then what do we get? Neither of them. None of them. We got Captain Lazarus. Or as I like to call him, Captain Just Off Screen. Who replaced another Captain Just Off Screen. I know that they're trying really hard to make him a important character in this edition. We're getting our first novel about him. But I feel really sad because he's just some guy. He's just some guy, Actually, I've been reading Avenging Sun, very got Messinius. Well, makes me one of my miniatures. Yeah, Black Library novels are dangerous for that, I'm telling you. I found so many times I was buying Black Library novels, read them, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wouldn't it be cool to convert this character or buy this character? Although speaking of which, one of the things I'll be going into later is one of the older characters from Dark Angels lore, personal favourite of mine, from one of my favourite books ever, which is The Purging of Cadalus, which is all about the invasion of Persina 4, which was a Dark Angels recruitment world, by Ghazghkull Thraka and Nazdreg, the Bad Moons warlord. Who like white consoles? Who does? Who does like white consoles? Let's be honest, who wants to paint white and light blue? But no, that's the thing about it. Yeah, it's one of the cool things I like about the Black Library novels, and especially in more recent years, where we get to see. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, he's right there. Yeah, the thing is, when we get those every year, we get the Black Library novel, the Black Library Celebration miniature. Sometimes they're really awesome, and I'm like, like Valerian and Alea, I love them, they're really cool. Gotrek was really cool. Messinius, it was personally a little bit of a letdown because I haven't really read much of Dawn of Fire, and yeah, he doesn't have that sort of storied lore, I don't think, personally, as say someone like an Ibram Gaunt, or you could argue that Valerian and Alea were pretty sort of only in small novels, but their novels are utterly badass. And the Sisters of Science need all the love they can get. So let me just take a quick break from painting all this black to show you something that I brought with me. So, as usual, when it comes to doing new projects, I dig out all the things. And I've literally brought with me today... Hey, Tom! I've brought with me today every single Dark Angels, it's going to key out probably because they're green, related codex and or supplement, I think, including some of my personal favourites. This, again, it's going to key right out because of the green screen, but this is I want to say 6th or 7th edition Dark Angels Collector's Codex, which is one of my personal favourites of my own collection. I have that, the edition before that. I'm not a fan of dust jackets, so I took its fancy dust jacket off so I could have this on my shelf. It's just Unforgiven. I don't know if you can see that. It might be reversed, but yeah, it's awesome. So yeah, I brought every single codex I have. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and then soon to be 10th, because I thought we'd go through some of the stuff that I love the most about the history of the Dark Angels, so that we can revisit it when the new codex, when I get my hands on the new codex, and I might even try and bring in a special guest on that stream so we can chat to each other about what we love and what we hate about it. But yeah, as I was saying, Persona 4. This was the official campaign for it, box for it, the Storm of Vengeance, and this was given to me by Ben, and you can see it's in pristine condition, so pristine in fact that the cardboard terrain that you get. So I wonder if it's the pictures on the back. You can see, look at this cool power station, which was I believe is one of the teleporter generators that the Orcs used. Is there ready. At some point I might have to make that, because one of the heroes of Persona 4, who I think sadly is not mentioned in this little leaflet, but he's mentioned heavily in the book, Purging of Catalyst, is Veteran Sergeant. Well, exactly. I was definitely going to be you, Ben. I just didn't want to give it away straight away, but now you're giving it away. So yeah, well, I'm going to have Ben Greaves on that Monday, and we will go through the awesomeness of the new Dark Angels box, and we'll see what we like and what we don't. Maybe things we don't like as long-time fans of the Dark Angels. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, yeah, Veteran Sergeant Narman, who was a Scout Sergeant. Annoyingly, I desperately tried to find a model for him that I have, because I had his original model somewhere, no doubt, in my vaults, my archives. He is there somewhere, all fully painted. But I decided, especially with the new Scouts coming out in Kill Team Salvation, I decided it was a perfect opportunity to update him and his squad. So I've done a bit of a conversion of him, which I will probably do paint on one of the Friday casual streams. But for now, I'm still waiting on some parts for his chainsword, because sadly, almost all the parts I needed to make a really cool conversion for Sergeant Narman were on the sprue, the lovely new Scouts, except for, and even though it has a chainsword, it's a chainsword in the wrong hand. I needed it to be in his right hand, and the chainsaw and all the close combat weapons on that Scout sprue are all left-handed, which means I can't even nick one of the hand, because sometimes I get away with just cutting the hand off if it's gripping any kind of hilt. You can cut the weapon off the top and bottom and replace it. Would have been an easy conversion, but sadly no. There was only the left-handed ones, and the right hands are all pistol grips, so they've got that extra finger through the trigger, and it'll look really weird if your sword's got a pistol grip. So that was of no help to me, sadly. So I've had to scour the internet for the bits I need, and I think I've come across them in the form of the new, again, Kill Team Kasakin squad. I believe their sergeant has the perfect chainsword and hand. Also, because you have to match the armour style, because they've got armoured gloves, but not like segmented armour like normal Marines. I don't know if you can see on these Terminators. There's a good example on this Power Fist, how they're segmented. The Scouts have got gloves with a piece of armour on the back. So I'm trying to find a hand that had a chainsword that was like that, because that's how anal I get about these sort of conversions. It was kind of hard, but I did find one. Like I said, in the form of the Kasakin Sergeant. So that was good. Right, so we're nearly here with most of the black that needs to go in certain areas to cover, ready for our metallics and things. Although saying that, I've just realised that I can get away with the silver on some parts. We're just going to go back in on the back vents, because this is the bit I need to have the black in the recesses, and it needs to be really solid. So I want to make it as absolutely solid as possible. But yeah, so the other thing I brought with me today, I'm going to keep interspersing with this with some Dark Angel knowledge. I brought various selections of the Dark Angels army that I'm currently working on now. So most of my Dark Angels armies have been Firstborn over the years, as they're called now. Again, Purging of Catalyst is one of my favourite novels, so I had to make a version of Captain Belial of the Third Company, as he was then. Before he was the captain of the Deathwing, or the Grand Master of the Deathwing, he was Master of the Third Company. And I've tried to match his heraldry to what's shown off in the novel. There's a picture of him in the novel with his plasma pistol and his Heavenfall blade. Now, in the old descriptions of the Heavenfall Blades in 2nd and 3rd edition, they were always described as being made of almost like an obsidian style, like from an asteroid made of like almost like obsidian metal, or somewhere between metal and obsidian. So I always love that style for them. So every time I do a character for Dark Angels that's supposed to have a Heavenfall Blade, I go for this sort of black looking blade with the very sharp highlights on it to give it that sense of absolute sharpness, razor sharpness. So yeah, he was the captain of my last army. But I've since done a new, because obviously it was also done with the last round of GW paints, so I can't even match, sadly I can't match him exactly. So this is going to be my 3rd company captain for the current Dark Angels, my current Dark Angel force. As you can see, his banner is currently blank on the scroll work there, and that's because I'm still working. One of the things I really struggle to do is freehand work. So I've been plucking up the courage and I've been trying to practice, but eventually, I think it's in here, in the good old original Angels of Death Codex, this is going to be backwards to front, which is not going to help. So, but I will try and sort of vaguely show it, if I can find it. Yeah, so here we are. So, I am going to pretend I like the name Sheol, and you notice it's backwards there, but I've always liked the name Sheol, and I'm just assuming that when Belial got promoted, that he got moved over to the 3rd company. So he is going to be Master Sheol of the 3rd company of the Dark Angels. He's been converted using the Captain Lazarus body, but I wanted to give him a pistol and a sword and kind of change his whole look a bit, so he didn't just look like the generic model that you have, because I always like to make my character stand out a little bit more. So yeah, he's going to be my company master. One of the first ones I painted this year, because I treated myself just after Christmas, was to the new Terminator Chaplain model, which is an absolutely gorgeous model. I love the new Terminators. I cannot wait to, that's hence why we're painting Deathwing here. I cannot wait to get my hands on the Deathwing Assault Box with those awesome new Deathwing Knights in. I absolutely now they've got the choice of swords. I always love the idea of the sword and board Knight. I think it looks so cool in Dark Angels. So yeah, those are some of the characters, and I'm going to be interspersing the stream with showing off some more and chatting a bit more about them. But for now, I think that'll do. Were the really darkest parts, because one of the benefits of one of the paints I love to use, which is the Vallejo metal colour range, because it's so thin and it's designed to go in an airbrush, it actually goes really well over really bright undercoats, which I'd forgotten, he says, as he was painting all the blacks, thinking, I've got to make sure I can cover this all. But actually I don't. So, I don't know if you can see, I haven't quite done. So right by the hips, there is another patch of this metal work. In fact, actually, I think we're going to be super careful about this. And we're going to use our little fine brush here. But I can just paint it directly on, because as it's nice and thin, it will cover completely over and run in quite nicely into those deep recesses. So I'm struggling to get colour balance on these camera, because I need enough light to be able to see the paint, but I'm still learning about like camera exposures and things. But I'm doing my best. So I hope you can see. It's probably a lot easier when I was doing Night Goblins, because they were mostly black, and the stuff I'm painting on them is all colours that aren't black, so you get to see them stand out a bit more. But I'm hoping that as by doing this, I could talk about it at the same time and kind of give you a much better idea of what it is I'm trying to attempt. So yeah, so that's already gone in already. And come back in to where I've done the black on these areas, and because we're going to wash it afterwards, the finish of these two different areas isn't actually going to make much difference. So even though we've gone over the Black Legion in some areas and we haven't on that last part there, it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. And when the final thing's done, once we've washed it, like I say, you won't be able to tell the difference. Just go back in. Yeah, so we're going back to metal. So yes, Dark Angels and characters. So yeah, I've been a huge fan. Both Ben and I think it's one of the first things we ever bonded over was our mutual love for the First Legion. And me personally, I've when it comes to painting Dark Angels, so you'd think that like there's only one way to paint Dark Angels, right? Because they have, if you're going to paint them like that, I mean, if you're going to paint them in the colours that are sort of set out by GW, yes and or no. So I've always liked, personally, my personal view on the colour scheme is I like painting cold models. I like a lot of dark colours. So I obviously like a lot of blacks. I tend to use as little gold as possible on models, and I don't like using bright colours. So even though most of my armies are black, red, and silver, I really despise painting red weapon casings, I should say. So I avoid it whenever I possibly can. So what I tend to do is with my Dark Angels is, again, we're going to go back to the pile of codexes. My personal favourite era for when it comes to painting is the 3rd edition. So I know a lot of people didn't like 3rd edition from its transition from 2nd, but I've always liked the darker look. So I like this sort of style with the black casings, a very dark, very dark style of Dark Angel. Even the old Deathwing Terminators, which are sort of left over from 2nd edition, with the gold as opposed to stone-coloured Crux Terminatus, and the green weapon casing instead of the bright red. That's more my speed. So I quite like painting more of a Dark Angel. That sounds really stupid when you say it out loud. But actually, yeah. So as you can see, the one Deathwing guy we've already painted, he has his green bolt casing and his gold thing, because as a throwback to 2nd edition. And that sort of 2nd and 3rd edition, and that's where that colour scheme comes from. So yeah, even within sort of prescribed colour schemes for Games Workshop armies, there's still some variation. There's always little personal things you can do to make things stand out and make sure that they make them yours. So I'm being very messy with this Terminator. I think it's because I'm so frothing and excited about Dark Angels that I'm being a bit messy. But we can like I said, we can always fix things. As long as you don't go too mad, it should be relatively easy to fix any of these splashes over, because these are all just base coats. At the moment, we just want a nice, smooth set of base coats across the whole model. I've said this to a lot of people over the years, but I stand by it that when it comes to painting, my view is if you can get smooth base coats on the areas that are supposed to be that colour and not on the areas that are not supposed to be that colour, and that includes fixing. I don't mean like you don't have to be exactly perfect all the time, but if you can make it so that the model looks like it's been paint by numbered, in that literally all the bits that are supposed to be silver are silver, with no splash on anything that's not meant to be silver, and all the bits are supposed to be armour, or whatever armour colour that is, etc., etc. If they are all done like that, if you can get a model to that standard, then you are 90 to 95% of the way to painting absolutely awesome miniatures. Because everything else after that comes down to how much effort you want to put in to the finish, and mostly cheating, like a lot of people say. So, washes are absolutely your friend, and they can do so much cool stuff to a model. Like I said, once you've got all the base colours in, sometimes just hitting the whole model with one wash is enough to sort of finish it off. And this applies especially to models with a more more realistic styling. So something like Lord of the Rings miniatures, which obviously are very much based on the look of the movies. They are sort of based on real humans in real costumes. Or Star Wars Legion is another good example. These are, armies and miniatures I would describe as more realistic, in inverted commas. They go for a more real world tone. Yeah, just blocking in colours and then washing them all together with the same colour can bring them all together, bring all the colours suddenly together. Historical miniatures work the same way. I've got a World War II British Commando army at home in a box somewhere. That I think I pretty much just painted all the base coats down on all the sort of like on all the uniform and all the canvassing and backpacks and bergens and things, and just covered the whole thing in Agrex Earthshade, and boom, all of a sudden it has a really worn, weathered, real world feel to it, which is what I'm going for them. But when it comes to Warhammer and Warhammer 40k, these are what I call, this is the heavy metal painting style. So obviously that was pioneered by the heavy metal team, the Games Workshop's in-house painters of redonkulous skill, exemplified especially by Darren Latham, who is one of my personal painting hero, and a genuinely awesome man as well, which is so much sickening almost in a man of that much talent. I don't know if you've ever seen any of his personal work outside of his heavy metal team, but oh my word, that man can paint. He sort of exemplified this sort of style, the sort of highlight, the edge highlighting style, that is kind of typical of your Games Workshop miniatures that you see in all the books and publications. And it's been the style that I grew up with, and I've been trying to emulate my entire life, pretty much. A lot more of it than not. So, yeah. But this is what I've recently liked. As much as I spend that time doing that all the time, I've really liked recently, in recent years, exploring other games and different styles of painting. Like I say, the Star Wars miniatures are incredibly satisfying to paint because you have that style of being able to just throw in all the base coats, wash them, and job's done. Especially when it comes to something like Stormtroopers. Stormtroopers are really fun to paint because you can spray them white, blacken the areas with the contrast paint. Because strangely, Games Workshop contrast paints I think are really, really good on non-Games Workshop models. Anything that has that realistically style is really good. So anything, or even more of an anime style. So Infinity miniatures are really good. They take contrast paints really well. So yeah, they're really good. But yeah, I think again I'm off. I think I'm going off on a tangent already. It's too early for a tangent. But yeah, we've nearly got all of our silver where it's supposed to be, and it's already looking like a cockeyed mess, I think. But I have faith. Yeah, that Lord of Lights Masterclass down. When he had that YouTube channel, God, it was the best thing ever. I've used his. I was alright with doing gemstones and stuff like that beforehand, but watching that video really helped take me to another level when it came to my gemstones, and I absolutely loved his channel. It was a real shame that he sort of had to sort of shut it down, but thankfully, not Darren Latham. I think is the name of the channel now. Somebody came to his rescue and ripped the videos and put them back online, because once things are on the internet, that's it. They're there forever. Speaking of which, I had some issues with. I'm still learning the ropes for all of this newfangled technology nonsense, and I have an issue getting the VOD for the last time's stream up on YouTube. But I think we've solved the problem now. With the help of friends and some more newfangled technology, I have solved that problem. So touch wood, as of this time tomorrow, or probably lunchtime tomorrow, both today's stream and Wednesday's stream, he says, throwing a pot of lead belcher across the table, should be up online. But yeah, anyway, so I've noticed with the sword, the only problem with the using the Vallejo metal colour is, while it's really good at getting into little crevices and stuff like that, it's not very good on massively flat areas unless you're using an airbrush, or if you sort of heavily overbrush it. And because I don't really want to heavily overbrush on it, because it would end up clogging, it would end up going all over the armour a lot more than I already have done, I'm just going to go in with some lead belcher, just to get a nice smooth coat on the sword blade. This is what I found, is that using different paints from different companies really helps, because you can use them even if they're the exact same colour. If they're a different consistency, sometimes they're just a little bit better in certain corner cases. So yeah, right. So that's the sword blade. We're also going to use the lead belcher on the back vents, like I said. So we've gone over them with the black, but we're going to try and now use the side of our brush to come in and just pick up the tops of these metal veins. He says, I'm going to keep doing this, keep telling myself that I need to make sure this is on camera. So it's going to take me a while to get used to it. But just rest assured that in my head, even though every time I forget, I kick myself. So eventually I'll change my painting style. I have to start doing it at home. Maybe at home I should just chain myself to a desk at a certain angle so I can't take it off screen. But like I said, I'm doing my best. So please bear with me. So there we go. Like I said, it's looking a bit slapdash at the moment, but that's fine because we're going to go back in. We're going to fix it in post. Because actually, he says, maybe should have gone over with another coat of it, of Screaming Skull when I was doing it the first time. So yeah, right. On to gold. And again, one of my favourite colours is the Vallejo metal colour gold. It's an awesome colour. It's so good for doing like Custodes or Stormcast, because again, if you're doing whole models with it, you can either put it through an airbrush or just use like a really heavy overbrush and just do like entire Custodes in seconds. But I like it because it's a lot more I don't like really super bright gold, so I like quite a sort of muted, bit tarnished gold, shall we say. So this is why I love it on this, because I think you can tint it in so many different ways. So you can sort of go with your classic Agrax Earth shade, give it a really dirty brown look, or Seraphim Sepia if you want it to be more of a yellowy sort of gold, or you can use the GW, I think, with the Reichland Flesh shade wash. I say personally, I prefer Agrax Earth shade when it comes to washing my gold. I like it to be really dirty and lived in, because these are sort of more the idea of being ancient weapons. They're used as well. These aren't ornate things. And also I have this thing about metallics when it comes to scaling. So if you've ever seen like a bright silver car in real life, right, and you get up close to it and you see how shiny the silver is, all the chrome and everything, and then you step away from that car, the further you step away from the car, the less shiny it looks because of the scale and the distance. And again, whilst this sort of heavy metal style is a bit sort of fantastical, I do like to try and go for a little bit of realism when it comes to painting things. It's why I try and drill my barrels at the end of I drill the barrels of my bolt guns and stuff at the end. You know, I know they're not real, but at the end of the day, I want to do my best to make the thing look as like it's literally jumped off the page of a Black Library novel or out of a Warhammer Plus animation. That's the goal. So let's go on to the Crux Terminatus. Now Normally on Terminators I like to do my Crux Terminati, Cruxes, I'll do a stone colour. But like I said, because I'm going for that kind of second ed look to the to these guys, they had gold on their Crux Terminatuses, and I love that. I just think it looks cool. So like I said, I like putting subtle nods into projects and armies to older times. Obviously, the longer I've been in this hobby, the more versions of things I've seen. And I like doing updates of older things. Hence why I'm doing Naaman, because even though he's technically like about 400 and 500 years old, 500 years dead at this point in terms of the timeline, I just think it'd be cool. And if I get around to actually playing some Kill Team, I think it'd be fun to use his scout squad as their own Kill Team. So that's another excuse. But yeah, so alright. The only problem with the only thing I have the issue when you're painting raised detail like this that's on a very light background colour, I find the hardest part is going to make sure you get right down the sides to the bit where it joins the flat surface, because if you don't, you end up with this weird white line. Now you can get away with it when it's black or a really dark colour, but if it's a light colour, it just really sticks out that you've missed that bit. But it's also really difficult to get a nice perfect transition, I find. Obviously you get better at it with practice, but it's been a while since I painted one of these guys. I think I painted the first of this squad the week that the Leviathan box was released, because I do that a lot. Like when new stuff comes out, I get super stoked and I paint something and I want to give things a test and I want to figure things out, and then either I run out of money or time, or I get distracted by the next thing that's coming out. I think at the time I got Leviathan, I wanted to paint a bunch of it Dark Angels, but I was focused on painting a set of it was one of the first things we ever did for Onyx Dragon Gaming. Was the Space Marine half of Leviathan we painted as Raven Guard, because I thought it would be a bit different, and because it was black. Not gonna lie, that was a huge part of it. When I was trying to decide what chapter to do it in, I went through a few choices. I thought maybe I would do it Blood Angels, because I like painting Blood Angels and I hadn't done them for a while. And I thought, no, maybe not Blood Angels specifically, but a Blood Angels style chapter. Then I thought Flesh Tearers, because Gabriel Seth's awesome, and it might be an excuse to then paint and convert up a Gabriel Seth in Primaris, which is a model I'm so looking forward to seeing. Perky did for the first time the other day, but great game. Speaking of in shapes, yeah, yeah. I always find that when you get lingo, for games, it's so funny, and especially if it's lingo that sort of makes sense outside of the game, it's even funnier. Yeah, I'm gonna do 2 triangles and a circle. Although I found it really funny, like there's a new card game out, new collectible card game based around Disney's animated universes called Lorcana, and I find it endlessly amusing because these games end up with a sort of lingo all their own, but it's really funny from the outside. The one who found it hilarious. I bet, yeah. That's what I mean. I've been finding it hilarious listening to Lorcana players describing this sort of, your sort of gamer lingo, but with Disney characters, I think my favourite one so far is there's a card called Smash, which can do a certain amount of damage to a particular character. So people with dead straight faces are like, I'm going to smash Princess Ariel. How is that not funny? Or I'm going to smash Stitch, or Mulan, or Prince Eric. I find that funny. Yeah, game lingo is always hilarious out of context, or like you say, if you're the muggle in the room. But yeah, like I said, Kill Team looks like a fantastic game. The miniatures are always really hot. Speaking of which, the LVO announcement last night, with the Night Lord's Kill Team, which we'd previously been shown off, but more importantly, Dark Elder got some love. I'm so excited. They hardly ever get anything cool, and we've now got plastic mandrakes, which I think, with the exception of the grotesque, means that they have finally entered the league of all plastic army, nearly all plastic armies. So I think we now have everything in there. Oh no, Beastmasters, did forget them. Beastmasters are the last thing he's doing to make that army an all plastic. So they've beaten out their Craftwell cousins to being an all plastic army. But I think that's just because the Craftwell Order have so many units. Got all the aspect warriors, which we're slowly making our way through. Speaking of, great looking set. The trailer looks nice. Yeah, I just got the Salvation set. It's got some cool little bits of barricades in it. I like that they're taking more of the terrain out of those sets and just putting in miniatures. It makes it really cool. Like I said, so this is the part of the reason why I had the scouts. Is actually they were the secondary concern for me in the Salvation box, because that box has my favourite aspect of all time in it, the Striking Scorpions. And based on their previous releases, I'm really excited for when they come out separately. That means we'll get my favourite Phoenix Lord of all time, Karandras. I am super stoked for that. And in the meantime, because I've got one of my favourite armies of all time next to my Dark Angels, and one I've played a lot of, but not for about 20 years, is my Ulthway Eldar army. And I have been slowly repainting it at the speed of about a unit every 6 months for the last few years. And every time they do something cool, like release Striking Scorpions, I get a big fire up for them. And that's how usually the 6 month period where I end up doing a model, or a unit, I should say. And this time around, it is the Striking Scorpions that have made me want to do that. So I have them all built. They're all sat on my desk, but I'm being good at the moment because I've got so many other things to do. We've got commissions. We've got obviously the night comes we're doing here. This is why I thought I'd bring in this casual stream. It's an excuse for me to just have a break and do something cool and chat about awesomeness, less so than what we're actually. Well, I am trying to take you through how I'm painting these Deathwing Terminators. I also want to chat about sort of cool things. Like I said, the LVO reveals last night were really cool. The new Kroot, the fact that the Kroot are coming back and in greater numbers, is pretty awesome. I like that they went with the Krootox Riders rather than say the Narlock Riders, because they were a lot bigger. And whilst the Narlocks were cool, I think having like a sort of lumbering unit of gorillas, like bird gorillas with weird bird people on the top, is is kind of funny. So that's good. That's quite cool. And obviously the new Shaper looks awesome. I'm really excited to see if there's any more stuff for them coming with them. But we'll obviously have to wait and see. Right. So that's that stage done. It's wash time. So it's time to break out the old reliable Null Oil. Okay, so I've just realised I think there's a weird little bit of delay between my overhead camera and my face-to-face camera. So I'm like looking over at one point and then my hands are catching up with it, which is a bit weird. I'll have to look into that. Somebody will have to explain it to me, because I'm not a technophobe, but I've not really done this sort of thing before. So I'm relying on the kind folks over here at AJTCG to help guide me through my first steps into streaming. They've already given me some great feedback and some great help with getting out there and online. And yeah, at the end of every stream, there's always more feedback and more things to sort out and check and update. So hopefully we'll get more and more professional as we go along. One of the things we're looking into is a better camera rig for the overhead camera, so it brings it closer to me, so that when I do this and it disappears off screen, it doesn't. It's actually not off screen. It's actually where it's supposed to be. Like I said, I'm doing my best to remember to paint out here. I felt like I was doing all right on Monday, and then as it's gone along and I've settled in and I'm focused more and more about chatting and less about focusing on the painting, I'm getting more and more used to sort of curling up. But like I said, I'm doing my best. Hang in there. Yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, the LVO. So yeah, the crew looking pretty awesome. The new kill team, again, Mandrakes. Or they were a fan favourite unit. I remember seeing Jez's original sort of artwork and his first sort of sketches for the Mandrakes as they are now. Back when the Dark Eldar range was being completely redone from its 3rd edition look outing, which wasn't great, let's be honest. As much as I'm a huge fan of Dark Eldar, and I have been ever since they've been released, they didn't have the strongest model range in the world back then, and their I want to say 6th edition redesign, or was it 5th? I think it was 5th edition. 5th edition redesign was absolutely mind blowing. And I got a chance, thankfully at the time, I got a chance to see a lot of it up close and personal, as I was working in Nottingham at the time with the wonderful folks at the Citadel Miniature Design team. And yeah, seeing like everything from the sketches to the first greens for various units was absolutely awesome, absolutely mind blowing. And now seeing that same unit transformed into plastic for the first time, I am super stoked, because they have such a cool lore and look to them, the Mandrakes, with the sort of Aikido tabards made of flesh. Yeah, it's really cool seeing them. So yeah, they were really awesome to see. And at some point on the long list of projects I have, I would love to go back to my Dark Eldar, but I think I shall wait, and I will wait till they get a big update in terms of actual models and rules, because that's a good excuse. Like I said, if I put that sort of virtual deadline on them and say, look, when they get a big update, because now we've got everything in plastic up to a certain standard, it means that everything from now on is either going to be completely new or another cool redesign. So I am totally up for that. Right. So back to our Terminator. We've got the non-oil on all the metal, but on all the not metal oils, all the silver areas, and we're going to go to Agrax Earthshade. If I can find it in my massive pile of paints. Nope, Reikland Flesh Shade. That's not what we're after. Then we got, what is that? Is there a spare base in there for some reason? Weird. Agrax, I know you're here because you're always here. Have I left it? Have I taken it out and left it at home? That will be rather annoying if that's what's happened. Yep, I've got non-oil coming out of the wazoo, but I do not have. Oh, yeah, Agrax. Oh, it's not even hiding in my paint box. Whoops! I've seen some Betching Christians Harkonnen thing Drukari. Ooh. Oh no, I haven't. You have to send me. You have to link that in the chat, because that sounds really cool. I'm assuming you mean like Harkonnen from one of the more modern Dune, or this version of Dune, I should say, because I'm trying to think of like Harkonnen style Drukari from the David Lynch movie. That might be a bit too scary even for me. Let me just double check. I've definitely not got that. Oh no! Oh, what a muppet! Yep, I have left. Thing. I might go on a break and run around and get some if I get to it. But what we'll do now, until I get really, really stressed out by the fact I can't finish off the gold, what we'll do now is we'll go back in with some Screaming Skull and that's it, and try and touch up some of these areas where I've made an absolute pig's ear of it. And so we can start the fun process of painting Deathwing, especially, which is doing the armor shading. So with them being such a bright bone color, to start with, you have to kind of, I found the best way to paint them, because I back in the day when I was stupid and young, I tried to paint them from black. So can you imagine trying to paint this colour from black? Now I mean that in the way that I would literally layer every single colour, like I did with the bones with the goblins, night goblins. I would layer the same thing all the way up from sort of what was Graveyard Earth at the time, all the way up to Screaming Skull, and that would take days. It would take absolutely days just to do one poor Terminator. So I discovered on my painting travels that actually the best thing to do isn't to paint up with such a bright colour, it's to paint down, because sprays and airbrushes and things are really good at layering down a colour like this. Oh, thank you. Let's see if we can have a quick look. So we get it to load up. Yes, go away. Oh, very cool. Oh, yes, with the black. Yes, using the sort of solid heads. Oh, that's a really cool idea. I like that. Yeah, they look absolutely stunning. I have to say. Yeah, my thing with Dark Eldar is specifically witch cults. The witch cults have always been my personal favourite of the three branches of Dark Eldar. So I've always liked to do. I'm going to drop myself down a little bit. Maybe that'll help me not move in so much. Pure witch cult army is always my thing, and those of you who have known me a long time will know that every time there's an update to Dark Eldar, I'm always like, this is it. This is the edition. This is the one where I can do a full witch cult army and it's going to work and I'm not just going to get battered. So that's been my cry pretty much for 20 plus years, since 1998, when the Dark Eldar were first revealed. My cry throughout those years has been, this is it. This is the time. I can do a witch cult army. And I've made several attempts over the years. Some more successful than others, but never quite enough to really keep me on the project. So I'd build the army, and I'd play a few games, and it would die out before I could get past painting maybe 1 or 2 units, sadly. So one day, again, as I say that about a lot of projects. There's loads of projects I'd love to do full. Again, just why is there never enough time to do all the hobby that you desire? Because even doing this like now for a living, there's not enough hours in the day to cover off everything I want to do, plus everything that needs to be done. So, like I say, we do commission work at Onyx Dragon Gaming. If you like what you see in the way how we paint things, you can get in touch with us on social media to ask us, inquire about us painting some models for you. We're quite busy at the moment, as you can imagine, trying to get this up and running and with some current commissions. But if you want to speak to us about some stuff for later in the year, please feel free. Like I said, you can find us on all social media platforms, all the major social media platforms. Not all, because there's probably loads now. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and you feel free to message us there, and we will try our best to get back to you. I'm not always the best at like noticing these things. You know, if you tell yourself, yeah, same here. That's definitely, but that's the thing, right? We always used to say to soldiers, wasn't it? Yeah, don't wash your socks, because it means you've always got a reason to come home and wash your socks. I think it's the same thing when it comes to hobbyists. If you never finish your backlog, because you've always got a reason to come home and finish your backlog to carry on painting. So yeah, I think I'll be one of those people that's either painting, I'll either keel over at my desk, or I'll paint until my body no longer allows it. Then hopefully by then we'll have mind-controlled robots that can do it for us. Make up for my my body, my decrepit body falling apart. But yeah, so we're going back around. There's quite a lot of areas where I've spilled over. Whoops. Because I've been so fixated on chatting, and more importantly, I'm more fixated on showing progress. Because I don't. Oh, it says I'm just wanging things. Oh, apologies. Let me try and straighten that back out again. Oh, God, this time delay is really wigging me out. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Yeah, this. I think I'm focused so much on chatting, and also showing progress, because I don't want you to be sat here thinking, oh man, I really am just watching paint dry on this one guy on the arm of this Terminator. Trying to find a good balance between progress and detail. I think we're doing okay, hopefully. You can let me know down there in chat if it's if I need to speed up or slow down. But yeah, I'm doing, like I said, I'm doing my best. Oh, light colours. This is why I paint mostly black, silver, and red. See, like the big section of the army that I've already done so far is I had almost a complete Ravenwing army finished. So again, when these awesome boys come out, the Outriders and the ATVs, made of ATVs and the Storm Speeders, I went for an almost all Primaris Ravenwing army, including Samael himself, the Grand Master of the Ravenwing, to lead them. The thing about Samael is he fits right in with Primaris because he's freaking huge. He's always been pretty large for a Space Marine, so when the Primaris came out, he kind of slots right in. You don't really notice him as much as, say, someone like Ezekiel, who sadly has not crossed the Rubicon Primaris yet, that we know of. And there have been some rumours, but I don't think we'll see Belial and Asmodai and Ezekiel all at the same time, sadly. As much as I would love that. You've always got to leave room for the next release of Dark Angels, which would hopefully be, because it seems like we're focusing mostly on the Deathwing for this release, but I'd love to see some Primaris-sized Black Knights. Would be so cool. I think they would look amazing. I think in the meantime, I will probably have to convert my own. What a shame. Especially, like I say, with that new upgrade frame. There's a lot of cool parts on there. I think we can make some very funky looking Black Knights with all the new Dark Angel Primaris parts and the old, at least one in a year in a limited box. Yeah, probably, yeah. We'll get like one guy, one Ravenwing. That's it. Miss him and he's gone. Sod's law. Yeah, it's the biggest thing I have with GW right now. It's the sad. It's like it's so sad that they're doing so well that the biggest problem they have is getting stuff to people, and keeping things in stock. It's. I mean, I say it's good. I mean, it's good in the short term, but after a while, people are going to start getting really sick of it. I mean, I'm kind of already getting a bit fed up with not being able to get things either straight away or in 6 months' time when I've completely forgotten that factional game exists. I'm really hoping that's not going to happen with the old world. But here we go. Fingers crossed. So yeah, we're right. Ooh. Yeah, I really have been slapdash today with this Terminator. But we'll get there. We'll get onto the fun. I might just to so before I get so down. Yeah, God. I've literally, I said with the Khorne Berserkers, that was an army I was desperate to build and paint, and not being able to find any actual Khorne Berserkers for about 6 months was really tough. It's just like, oh, I can have these jackals. I don't want cultists. I want berserkers, please. But no. They'll get there eventually. Well, one hopes they'll get there eventually. If they can get this new factory built and up and running. But the problem is all these things will take time. It's not like I don't think it's a money issue because they've clearly got the money. It's probably just an actual like logistics problem in itself. Where do you build the factory? You know, where will you be allowed to build the factory? Because that's always a concern. Oh dear. Right. Yeah. Ooh. We are definitely on the several thin coats thing with this. I should have been. Yeah. I think in my haste to do cool things, I think I may have gone a bit too far, a bit too hasty, a bit too quick, and I've made a bit of a mess, which is going to take me a while to fix. But we got some time. What time are we on now? 7 o'clock. Yeah, we got a while, and hopefully, the dulcet tones of my beautiful voice, talking about the nostalgia of Dark Angels, will see you through. See, one of the things I miss about Dark Angels from back in the day and Space Marines is the banners. Again, if you've seen my streams before, you know how much I love a good banner. And my company master, he's got his own back banner. And I'm umming and ahhing whether or not I should have all my characters should have their own personal back banners. I've been on the fence about it because they did when they redid Azrael, they gave him his classic back banner, which was awesome. And I want to make a plastic, sorry, not plastic, with the new Inner Circle Deathwing companions or whatever they're called. I want to make an updated Ezekiel, which I'm desperately trying to track down the banner for. And annoyingly, because they never actually released it, even though they showed it off in a few magazines, Asmodai did have a moulded banner. Or at least he was planned to have, there was a plan to be released with Asmodai with a moulded banner, but it was never ever released out in the wild. Which makes me really sad, because it means I can't even find an old one to put on the new plastic Primaris version of Asmodai. Whole other back banners could be, yeah, you're right. You're right, correcting? I think I should. The problem with it is tracking some down. Now, I think for squads, squad sergeants and things like that, I think the ones, because thankfully, I still have a few of the Dark Angels veteran sprues, which have a couple of these on them. That's where I got this back banner, and also this back banner for the original Belial, which is on there too. I think when it comes to Terminators, I think the new Stern Guard, when they came out and the multi-part kit and it had the back banners in, I got very excited about that. So yeah, I'm thinking they will be the perfect size for that. And then the important question comes: if you're putting back banners on everything, do I put the back banner on this fella? Because again, when this model came out, as a Dark Angels, long-term Dark Angels player, this reminded me of the old Metal Dreadnought. And he's pretty big already, so I don't know whether I should try and find one of the old... If I can find someone who's got one of the old Ironclad Dreadnoughts that had the back banners on there, maybe I should try and get one of those, and then find somebody who could draw for me, who could either make me a transfer of the original. Again, let's see if we can find it in the Codex Angels of Death. Where is it? No, that's the bloody section. It's the wrong section. Where is he? Where's the Dreadnought? There he is. So yeah, I want to see if maybe I can find somebody who can do me a transfer of this banner, so I can put it on. because that would be freaking epic and really complete that classic second edition look to it. I would love that. But again, we're tracking down some really expensive parts here. I think trying to find a plastic ironclad banner, it would be very difficult, and if not difficult, it will certainly be expensive, because I've seen those kits go for obscene amounts of money recently, which is a real shame. Brass rod, yeah. The banner pole itself isn't the hard part for me. Because the thing is, if I'm gonna do the banners correctly, I want to do molded banners, like as in the banner itself will be molded, because I don't want a mixture of like paper banners on some models and plastic banners on others. So I want to find the plastic banners. So I think we can probably find all the banners I need for squads and dudes like that, and then we can just keep our hunt going in the background and just add banners to things that are harder as we go along, and when I find them. Or I can just get Ben on the case. I mean when he said on Wednesday when he was looking to go, he wanted to go and get some dwarves, for Old World. The man's basically tracked down almost an entire plastic dwarf army in the space of 24 hours. So I think if we said to him, dude, can you find me some banners of varying sizes and whatnot, I reckon maximum 2 days, and he can come back to us with a complete set, and probably somebody else who can do me transfers as well for said banners, because he just has this ability and the ability to network like no one I've ever seen. You know, I joked about it, but I've seen him literally contact like designers of games to track things down before. So yeah, if he's like a bloodhound when it comes to finding old out of print gaming things. It's gonna be difficult. Let's get that. Just trying to get the finger in there. You can see just that finger piece of armor without getting on the trigger guard. Clean up these fingers. Right. How are we looking? We're getting there. We're nearly clean. Just a few little bits and pieces. Yeah. Right. So. Well, what we'll do, I think we're going to do now, is we're going to start with some of the recesses, just so I can show you what I do with my Deathwing to give them the look that I go for. So again, contrast paints have been one of the fantastic additions to the Games Workshop paint range. They've been touted, I think, more for a lot of people as sort of a basic paint. Like, you either paint with contrast paints or you paint with sort of classic, they call it classic method. Personally, I think they're useful for all sorts of people. Certain colours, for example, yellow, if you've seen any of Ben Greaves' Imperial Fist on his socials, they look phenomenal. They've been done a lot with contrast paints. That yellow looks absolutely stunning and takes hardly any time, and as you can see, if he was doing it this way, it would take him forever. But the way I find them the best is to use them kind of as like a wash. If I can find where I put my technical medium. No. Is that another one I've forgotten? But I think we can be okay. So, I love them for this particular reason. So, the one I'm going for here is Skeleton Horde, which, again, you can either just spray Wraithbone down and then paint over the top, and then paint this over the top of it, or you can do what I'm doing, which I think works really well, which is to use the contrast paint like a wash. And you could argue that they are also a wash, but I find the finish that they come out with, you get a slight fade to them, like a lot more than you do so with the wash, where the wash just really sits in the recesses. You can, if you panel line like this, like I'm doing, you can A, build up the colour, and B, you can get a nice transition. Like I said before, when we were trying with like the skulls and things, we were building up to it, you can almost get that same sort of finish, but in reverse, by going down with different contrast paints. So, I don't know if you can see on that foot already, he's already looking quite cool. Like, it's just giving a nice bit of depth there in the recesses. And this takes a bit longer than, say, just slapping the wash on, like you would do for if it was like normal Lagrax Earthshade. But I just think there's just something about the consistency and the finish of contrast paints which just really lends themselves to this sort of like this sort of wash colour and wash method, the sort of pin wash method. Because like I said, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's really awesome, especially on bright colours. Yeah, straight at the moment it's straight out of the pot. I also find because you can play around not just with the contrast medium but with water. So if you want to get like a sort of like a slight fader, say at the bottom of this armor panel, you can water it down more, and it moves a bit different than if you were to use so contrast medium will just spread the pigment out across the whole thing that you put it on. But if you use water, they kind of don't really mix so as much. So what happens is you get like the pigment runs more towards the bottom of where you've left it, so you can get like a nice little fade. It's like, you know, like I said, it's all about cheating. So yeah, here we go. Like, so you can see, I don't know if you can see here, well, because it's quite bright, but on the inside of this leg, there are some panel lines, which we are just going to put a little bit of this into. Because the other cool thing as well with it is you can build it up in a couple of layers. So if you're like, well, that's dark, but you know, it's giving me a bit of contrast, but not enough, you can put in a couple of layers, and I've gone a bit over. So I'm just washing literally a bit of water on the brush, and I can sort of sweep it up quite nicely. With washes, I find they tend to go a bit like they can just, like once they're on something, they've stained it. You've got a little bit of leeway time, not much, but a little bit of leeway time with contrast to kind of mess about with it as such. Sort of move it around and do stuff with before the sort of surface tension really sets in it. Yeah, and you get some interesting colours. Having a quick, just such an, unfortunately this bit is just such an awkward angle. Here we go, that's more like it. So we just build up a bit, build up the colour, and then go back in, just wash it away from the top edges where we don't want it. And that's easy. Yeah, you can literally almost clean it off the surface. So I just build a little bit here. I know we can't really see it very well, but I just build a bit here and I can literally just clean it off with a bit of water. So we'll just continue to go round all of these parts, right up against them, just changing the amount we put on where we want the really darkest areas to be. So here again, we can see it's sort of splashed a bit extra where I don't want it, so we'll go back in, bit of water, boom, clear. And just sort of swept it into the panel line, and nightened up already. And so whilst this looks, and it is somewhat of a time-consuming stage, but it's a lot less time-consuming than if you were to try and if you're trying to paint every single panel up from a colour. Like I said, I've experimented over the years with most of my Dark Angel over the years. Maybe have had like maybe a unit of Deathwing in them, or a character, because I worked out how to do robes quite nicely. At least I think so anyway. But the armour was always another struggle, because I either went too high on it and it would look very, very white, which was kind of cool because it gave you that kind of very early Space Hulk look to it, the classic Space Hulk version 1 Deathwing. But it didn't really match with the rest of the army for me. So I wasn't a massive fan. I always experimented, and over the years I've tried several different methods, and there were methods that would take me like literal days of solid painting. And I mean, like, I'd be on like my weekend, I'd spend from like Friday night to Sunday night painting one Terminator. And I swear, if you're not going to Golden Demon with them, there is no reason to be spending 2 days on a single Terminator if you want to do a lot of them. I'm not saying you shouldn't ever do this. I'm just saying personally, I was when I could progress so much quicker on other units and other entire armies. In fact, yeah, there's no reason to mess about with spending 2 days on a guy. So I don't. But now, with the invention of contrast, I just think it is the most effective way of doing these guys. You know, yes, like I said, it's not the quickest ever. You know, I can still make better progress on other units, especially if they're like Ravenwing, for example, because we can spray them black and just there's no washing on recesses of black, really. I mean, you can do sort of brown wash, but I don't bother. But yeah, there we go. I'm just washing some of it off. Like I said, that for me, that is the best part of using contrast paints like this on bright colours, is the fact that you can just clean it off if you go a bit too overboard, or you can even just like deliberately. So there, just gone deliberately right over that entire section, and I'll just clean off where I don't want it with a bit of water. It'll push it more into the recesses where I want it, and then if I really want to over highlight again, I'll come back again with some very thin Screaming Skull just to touch it up, and then Bob's your uncle, or Robert is your father's brother, or however you wish to say that saying. But yeah, so I'm just going to do this foot, and then I'll show you my favourite Dark Angel model that I've painted in the last couple of years. Arguably the most important Dark Angel model to come out in the last couple of years, if not ever. And that, I don't know if you can guess who that is. It's not Asriel, because he picked this. Oh, thank you very much, Nicky Pig. That's very kind of you. I'm doing my best to show off how I paint Deathwing Terminators. Ooh. But yeah, so as I was saying, yeah, it's not Asriel, because he's sat on my desk at home. He was a Christmas present that I was very excited to get, because ever since he was released, I've been wanting to paint him. I just haven't. Again, at the time when he came out, wasn't really doing much with my Dark Angels at the time. I had other things at the higher priority. Oh, actually, no. Technically, I was doing Dark Angels, but they weren't from this century, at least from 40k. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick rate of that foot after we've done that foot there to show off my favourite Dark Angel model that I have painted personally in, I don't know, if probably of all time. His Lordship, Lion L. Johnson. This model is absolutely stunning. He is by far and away exactly how I always imagined. I'm going to do a quick little dust here because he's been in my cabinet for a while. But yeah, he's exactly as I always imagined him. And yeah, I love the multiple head options. Of course, I had to go with the classic hooded option. And I've gone for an actual black armor because that's, again, a main thing. And I'm looking basic. And I've decided that when I do my inner circle companions, they'll be done exactly the same way. Bone robes, black armor, so they have that very 30k aesthetic, but also with the bone robes that makes them look like modern things. Thank you very much, Crackty. I'm very pleased with him. We put up a quick 360 video on our Instagram of him earlier today, almost like I planned it. But yeah, I absolutely, I had so much fun painting it. Even painting just this broken angel on the floor was really fun. The little watches. Now I've got myself a nice robe. Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you for saying. Yeah, ever since I worked out a good colour for doing robes, a good thing, I just enjoy painting models like this. I used to be afraid of them, and I sort of put them off till last. But now, yeah, I love him. I love him so much, and he's going to be. One of my hobby goals for the year is to take him to a 40k Throne of Skulls or similar over down at Warhammer World to lead this army that we are currently painting. That is one of my hobby goals for the year. I've tried not to go too mad with my hobby goals. I've got some like ones that I'd like to achieve, and some that I have decided that I'm going to do by hook or by crook, and that is definitely one of them. I want to take the Lion and my Dark Angels to an event at Warhammer World in the hopes of being nominated for Best Painted Army, because I'm hoping that my skills and, more importantly, my take on Dark Angels will make people go, ooh. Because I think I've tried to put my own spin on them by giving them that old school look. And I think definitely if I can get all the banners, that will definitely help with that goal. But I think you can already see, just on this one leg, how the model, even without doing the gold here, right? I think you can already tell how much adds to it. Oh, thank you very much, Greg T. I think it's very kind. That's it. I'm hopeful. I never assume anything because, like I said, the standards of armies these days, especially at events, is just absolutely out of this world. So many people. I think painting has become such a accessible art form with so many people like myself online sharing tips and tricks that the average level of painting is so high these days at events that it's like I said, this is why I always consider it the highest honor just to be nominated, because there's just such a high level of painting on display these days, and like I said, I'm desperate to do it. I've done it a couple of times. I've done it 40k for Heresy, and my goal now is to do it with my Dark Angels. So fingers crossed. But I'm hoping. The army I want to go with is one that showcases all three of the wings all together. So I'm hoping I can make an army that shows off the classic green wing, so your basic line troopers of the Dark Angels from the battle companies, and as well as and then the hyper mobile Raven Wing section, and a nice teleporting Terminator section, led probably by my Terminator chaplain here, and the new Deathwing Knights. but we shall see what we can squeeze squeeze into a force. And then I shall speak to my friends who are very big into the 40k scene. You know who you are. Some of you are probably lurking out there and watching the stream, hopefully, on in the background. I'll be coming to you to help me make it into at least, so it can at least stand up in games. I would have thought with the lion, that would probably be a lot easier. He is a bit of a brick outhouse. But I haven't played, I've been playing so much Heresy over the last year or two that I've lost a bit of step with 40k. So I shall look to my local community, which is always the best place to go to when you're trying to do something like this, is go to your local community, find the people who are deeper into the particular aspect that you're looking at, and just ask some advice. Because thankfully they know me well enough to know that I'm not just going to take that, you know, if I say, look, I want to do this and it's got to have the line in, it's got to have this in it, they'll come back to me and be like, okay, well, if you take 2 units of these and one of them, that'll really help you with all the missions and objectives. And then I can hopefully build myself an army that not only looks awesome, but can handle itself on the tabletop. And we'll see how that works. But yeah, I will no doubt document that journey, because the other thing I want to do as well is I'll be taking my trusty video camera down to the event and doing a bit of a vlog. That's my goal, is to document my journey to Throne of Skulls and back. Like I say, hopefully cap it all off with a lovely certificate that says nominee for best army. But we'll see. Anyway, yeah, like I said, this is I think this is probably my favourite stage of doing Deathwing. Just because it's again, for me, it's the most satisfying stage. It's the stage you can see already. It adds so much to the model, and because we can't really do much in the way of highlighting on these guys because of how bright they are, and we will do on some of the things. We'll try and do like a mixture of Screaming Skull and white on the very, very tips of some of the areas of the armour. But already it's just so satisfying to see that colour come through. Yeah, it's just, like I said, whilst it's the most time consuming stage, because you can see the results straight away and see how much it adds to the model, it's the best stage. Absolutely. And again, this is because the contrast is so thin as a colour, it's really easy to go back in either with water and wash it off, and then come back in with the Screaming Skull and layer on top to make sure it's the nicest it can possibly be. So yeah, I'm going to try and get round here. I'll take a quick drink. I remembered it today, so there should be less coughing. So for those of you who are on headphones, there should be less ear-popping coughs this time. Like I said, I'm taking feedback from all areas at the moment to improve the stream. So yeah, if there's anything you think we can do better, please let us know. Drop us a message or leave a comment where one of the videos are, and let us know. Like I said, so yeah, back to Dark Angels and their wonderful lore and miniatures. Yeah, I'm very excited to do the Scouts as their kill team. I'm hoping, I think I want to do them in as their own separate kill team, but I think it would be cool to have them in the army as well, if I can afford them, on top of all the other shiny things I want. Tanks-wise, I'd say most of the things I really want in the army are all going to be infantry. As much as I think some of the Space Marine tanks, the modern Space Marine tanks are cool, I don't really think, because I want it to be all Primaris stuff. Some quite rare music. I think maybe that's where, I'm going to find me some more. That's a very good idea, thank you. I'll try and find some long playlists of royalty-free music, so that the old copyright bots don't find me. That way you're not just left with my dulcet tones, or squeaky, or whatever it is, however it comes across. You can have some nice music to listen to. That's definitely something I'm going to be investing in. But the problem is, every time I find a nice piece, one or two pieces of music, they're only like 2 or 3 minutes long. I don't want to be that on a loop forever. It'll sound like we're in an elevator, or lift for the rest of the people in the UK. I don't know why I switch to American translations sometimes. I think it's because I spend too much time watching American TV. It's probably what it is. The Dark Ages army. I think, as I was saying, I don't think I want any tanks. I think the biggest things we'll have in there will definitely be the Ballestaris Dreadnought, just because he is that old school 2nd edition Dreadnought, but just new, newer and bigger. So he's got to be in there. I'd like to have like loads of characters in there, but if the line's in there, I don't think we really want Azrael and my company master at the same time. And again, if I want the Terminator chaplain, I don't want I don't want to just be like a bunch of characters, and nobody else, because that's what my Heresy army end up turning into, was a big unit of characters with the lion. So we've got to obviously have some Deathwing Terminators. Whether that's going to be a unit of Deathwing Terminators and some Deathwing Knights will be up to, we should see how many points that is. Ravenwing wise, we can definitely have a unit of Outriders. I've got a converted Stormspeeder, which I forgot to bring with me, because I wanted the land speeder Vengeance with the plasma cannons, but I wanted a Primaris version. So I found it really cool. It's just easy swap to swap out the sort of pods on the Stormspeeder with the plasma cannons, and then I converted an assault cannon into the front, and I think that looks badass. So I think we'll definitely want to take that. Maybe one of the planes, if we can squeeze that in. Again, I've got a Dark Talon with its cool Rift cannon at home, because like I said, the Ravenwing contingent's been, because it's black, it's been finished for ages, with the exception I don't have any Black Knights, because I was trying to figure out how to make them as Primaris rather than just the small firstborn ones. But for now, I think we'll just go for the generic Ravenwing stuff. I think that'd be quite cool. And then when it comes to Greenwing units, I really want some Eliminators in there, because again, I like the old classic Scout Snipers, and for me, Dark Age has always been a more shooty based army than a combat one. So I think having a unit of snipers in there, plus it's really cool. I like going all out on their camo cloaks, painting cool camo designs on them. Is really fun. It's laborious, but because thankfully they come in units of 3, it's not massively soul destroying. So I think we'll definitely have some Eliminators in there. We obviously got to have some Intercessors. I see. Part of me, if I could really want to do everything I want to do, I want to go for like a classic demi company almost. So like some of the new assault intercessors with jump packs, a heavy support squad, probably in the form of a Hellblaster squad, to be my sort of quote unquote Devastator squad, and then some form of intercessors some intercessors to be obviously the tactical squad equivalent. I think that would be really cool, and again have that classic second or third edition vibe to them. If they were if we go for sort of a demi company. The other thing I definitely think we're going to have to add, the one thing we haven't talked about yet when it comes to Dark Ages, we touched on a little bit. We've touched on their love of banners, but the one character I wish we had back from second edition more than any other is, where is he? Where is my beloved boy? Brother Bethor, the Sacred Standard Bearer. That's what I want. That's the one thing I wish we had with this release, more than any other kit. Like, don't get me wrong, the Sword and Board Terminators are awesome, Asmodai is awesome, the Deathwing Companions are awesome, but where's my Sacred Standards, Games Workshop? Where's my plastic Sacred Standards? That's what I want. So that has to be the centerpiece of the army, right? You know? If I'm putting flags on everyone's back, someone's got to have a rag on a stick. Someone's got to be there. The update, it doesn't have to be Bethor, it doesn't have to be named Bethor. It could be another ancient of the Dark Angels. Whoever they want to name as the current bearer of the Sacred Standard. That's what I want to see. Make it happen, please. That would be the most exciting thing. Even more so than a Primaris Ezekiel. I want to see a plastic Sacred Standard Bearer with a 3D banner. Because unfortunately, I can't draw. So I would never be able to just draw that on a banner. I would need either a 3D printed banner, which would not be allowed at games at Warhammer World, or I need somebody to make me a custom transfer of said banner, because that would be the absolute best thing in the world. And I'm sure if Ben was in the chat, he would agree that we definitely need Brother Bethor back in our lives, or his successor. Like, I'll give you that, Games Workshop. It doesn't have to be Brother Bethor. It can be Brother Steve of the current Dark Angels chapter. But I just want Sacred Standards. It's one of those things that's unique to the Dark Angels. Is whilst every chapter's had its its chapter ancients and its company ancients, the Dark Angels are it's their sort of unique thing. In the same way that Interrogator Chaplains, are a special sort of chaplain that only the Dark Angels have, and like your Wolf Priests are a sort of special apothecary and chaplain that the Space Wolves have. The only chapter with a unique standard bearer has been the Dark Angels, and I want him back. Because they were so cool as well. The rules for the 3 different ones, and we've had similar things like that in other armies. The Sisters in Magifer. I think if we had a similar rule to that, where you could just pick which standard it was, before the game, or on deployment, or whatever it may be, that would be kick-ass. Right, so I think we've gone over there with we've managed to panel line all of our armour. I'm going to start ranting about Brother Bethor for a minute now. And again, it's time for even more Skeleton Screaming Skull even. We've just done Skeleton Horde, it's Screaming Skull now. Because, there have been a few bits where even washing it with a water hasn't really helped. So we're just going to there's a few bits where I've managed to get some non-bone paint splattered on it. We're just going to touch those up. I think this might be the first stream with an actual break in it, where I run around and get some Agrax Earthshade. Because I really want to push forward with this now. I really want to get this guy done. and without accurate surshade, we're going to be kind of scuppered. This is what I get for actually painting at home. If I just left all my paints in my box from Wednesday night and didn't try to actually paint anything, I would have had everything ready to go. And I thought I had. I thought I'd boxed them all up and put them away to bring for the stream tonight. But I always forget one thing every time I go anywhere, and this time that's accurate surshade. That was it. That was the one thing. So yeah, so here we go. We are here painting a Deathwing Terminator for those of you who've joined us recently. Because, well, just because today, this is the whole point of today, of the Friday streams from Onyx Dragon Gaming, is just going to be to paint something different. Either as an excuse to just paint something, or an excuse to talk about something cool. And with all the cool articles that have been up on the Warhammer community website this week, I thought it was a perfect time to go into a bit of the backstory, into the bit of lore for the Dark Angels, into a bit of the stuff I love, show off some of the... That's a good idea. What music would you play? Yeah, personally, it would have to be, well, as much as the music I'd like to play, anything, because that's the thing, my music tastes go all over the place. Like, you know, sometimes maybe a bit of epic film music would be cool. Sometimes, but also some rock or heavy metal, or some classical, even, or some EDM, dance music. You know, that's the thing. It depends where the music takes me. But sadly, because I'm going to be streaming online, I'm going to have to pick some royalty-free music, which will probably be just sort of floaty, airy music. Just, you know, that kind of music that you just hear in the background in shops that you don't really think about. Muzak is probably what we used to call it, I remember, back in my day, he says. But yeah, so as I was saying, yeah, so Dark Angels, they've been my favourite army for so many years. And I'm so excited. I cannot wait for their new codex. I cannot wait. I think I have one of the Valkyries, yes. Especially if you're painting planes or helicopters. So yeah, my pride and joys, I stopped for painting for just a little bit to do a little tangent. One of my pride and joys is this, which is one of the last collector's edition Dark Angel codexes, which is really cool because, so it came with obviously a copy of the codex with lovely gilt edging, a lovely cover and all the shininess inside. But the best part, apart from the lovely black envelope with the certificate in, you have a secret compartment, well, not a secret compartment, but the first compartment, which had the psychic power cards for that edition and the stratagem cards for that edition, and more importantly, these really cool objective markers numbered 1 to 6 by the number of keys on them, and that was really cool. But my favourite part about this whole this special edition is underneath this section, which all of the special editions at the time had, was an even more secret compartment, which contains this. Oh, let me get it out. Which contains this classified dossier, which I know is backwards on the stream, which is a real shame. And it was the Cypher Lord of the Fallen sort of short. You could get this as an ebook, like as an EPUB thing, when the Games Workshop used to do little supplements about things. But yeah, this is where you had the rules for Cypher, had a cool set of scenarios for hunting him down. But I just love the way it was presented as this cool classified dossier that was hidden, like the layers of the inner circle, right at the bottom. of the cool display box. So I thought I'd bring that in just to share that with you because it's really cool. It's one of my favourite, it's like I said, my prized possessions of my Dark Angels collection is that 6th edition book, which I believe is what it is. I believe it's a 6th edition because they were the poster children of that edition. With the Dark Vengeance, yes, thank you very much, correct. It is cool as hell. Yeah. Like I said, the one before that was alright, back when the special editions just had a funky cover. Like I said, I took the dust jacket off because dust jackets are horrible, and I like these. And one has Never Forget, Never Forgive, which is the motto of the Dark Angels. Yeah, but that 6th edition one, oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. I really want to use the objective markers in it, but I'm absolutely terrified I'm going to lose them. So I have used them before, and I did nearly lose one. I think that's why they're back in there to be guarded and kept safe in the vaults. But I might break them out again, especially if I'm going to be taking this army to Warhammer World. I think it would be appropriate to bring them with me. Yeah. Of course, in my collection I also have Cypher, the Fallen Angel. I didn't bring him with me because I didn't want to start anything between my miniatures. He's kept in a separate cabinet at all times at home, so that he doesn't. So the Dark Angel's going to get too roused up by his nearness. So, but yeah, I have him, and I have a unit of Fallen that I had painted previously. I think I might bring them on a stream at some point and show them off, because I'm quite proud of them. We've put Cypher on our. You can see my version of Cypher on our social media, on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. He's up there. Again, it's another model I'm incredibly proud of, from painting things in the past. I find, like, as much as I like painting armies and things, there's a time to just have fun with single models. To just go nuts for no other reason than you just want to paint it. Again, usually these tend to, for me, those kind of models tend to be like ones where I've gone, oh, I'll just do a bit. I'll do his robes. I've got an idea for how to do robes. Let me just do them on Cypher and see how it works. Oh wow, that looked really good. That looked really good. Well, I wonder what it would look like now that I've done the robes. If I just touched up the armour. Let's do the armour and see how that looks. And then I'm like, oh well, I've just had a thought about how to do the sword scabbard, because he's got a really awesome ornate sword scabbard. Yeah, and then but by the time I know it, next thing I know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm putting sand on his base. So yeah, those are my favourite kind of painting sessions. The ones where you just get carried away and you just enjoy yourself far too much. They are the best. Right, so where are we going? So we're on another one of those rounds of just touching things up, because I'm just trying to. Again, I think I started getting a little bit too fast, a little bit too much haste. You know what they say: more haste, less speed. But it's all right. I think at the end of the day, I'd rather tidy things up than spend days and days like very, very carefully doing a tiny corner of a piece of armour. So, whilst we don't have Agrax right now, what we will try and do is the chest eagle. So I go for a green chest eagle on Deathwing, as they're kind of classically shown to have, and I think it also vibes really well with the gun casing as a kind of spot colour. So you've got the gold, so you've got the green on both the chest here, and then on the gun casing here. So we will lay it up with Caliban green, the aptly named green. Although there's just something I do miss Dark Angels green. There's something a little bit pastel-y about Caliban green, and I'm not a technical when it comes to painting. Like, I kind of, everything for me is about my feel. I couldn't describe what the difference is in very technical language. Pastel is the only thing I can think to describe it as, but it's just not the same. Just not quite the same as Dark Angel's green. I think it's maybe got a slight bit of blue in it, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it took a lot of getting used to when Games Workshop switched over. And also, when I paint my Dark Angels now, Games Workshop tend to use Warpstone Glow and Moot Green as their highlights for their green. I'm not a fan. Like, it's not that I'm not a fan. I've tried it and I never get the finish that I want out of it. It never looks how I want. So when I do mine, I actually use Caliban Green, then I use Warboss Green, and then a very top highlight occasionally on the very sharp edges of Skarsnik Green, because it's very similar. Because I used to use Dark Angel Green, Goblin Green, and what was Snot Green? Snot Green, then Goblin Green. And whilst technically Warpstone Glow is supposed to be the equivalent, it again for me, it's a bit too bright for the green on the base, so the Caliban Green. So I prefer to use Warboss Green as a highlight. It's more muted and leads to a darker finish, which, as I've said, that's usually what I'm going for with my Dark Angels. Is a dark angel. And like I said, another one of those things I try and avoid wherever possible is coloured gun cases. People who do that, I've done them on some armies before. My Adeptus Sororitas army, the Order of our Martyred Lady, has, because it's the classic colour. I like to use the historical scheme for them. So they have red gun cases, and it's the hardest part of the whole model is painting bolt gun casings in red. So, like I said, I did it for them because I was going for a very specific classic scheme, and at the time I only had like 1 or 2 sisters when I first started it, and then I kind of liked it so much I decided to go nuts for it. But every other army I think I've ever had, I've always avoided it. And I either have gun cases be black or silver, like a darker silver to the rest of the metallics, or a lighter silver to the rest of the metallics, one way or the other. Or sometimes I just paint the whole thing the same colour, and it's just plate stamped metal. But there we go. So that's the green on his torso there. While we're at it, we'll do the said gun casing. Green's not so bad than red, also because of the way that Terminators tend to hold their bolters out, storm bolters out like this. It makes it very easy to go around them, so it's not as bad as trying to do bolters which are really slung across the chest. And even then, they also tend to be quite small, the bolters, whereas storm bolters are big and chunky and are easy to paint. So I will paint them a colour, but even then I'm going for a dark colour because it hides them. Darker colours hide a lot more sins than bright colours. If you make a mistake, as you've seen previously on the stream, it's a lot harder to fix than if we're doing a dark colour. So here we go. We're going to get it all neatly around these barrels and all around here. See, for the gold on the bullet casings, I have already washed it with the Nuln Oil. Now, again, this is to sort of make it a bit more of a dirty brass gold to represent the shell casings. I like to wash them with the Nuln Oil here, and then when I wash the rest of the gold, I will come back in to these shell casings here in the middle of the magazines and wash them with Agrax, just because it makes them look a bit more dirty and a bit more like used brass as opposed to the gold of the weapon handles or the detailing. But there we go. So let's just check that chest eagle. I think we need to go in with a second coat there. It's again because we're going from light to dark. We're going to need another coat, but we need to keep it thin because these chest eagle details can clog up real quick. On my standard dark, on my Greenwing Dark Angels, the chest eagles are the bit I spend probably the most time on because I go for if they're not robed, I like to go for a bone coloured eagle, but I go for a really stark bone colour. So again, I start with my usual Steel Legion drab and wash it, and then I go all the way up to white on the very tips. So I really like to push the colour on those chest eagles. You can I do the same thing on the Raven Wing, and you can see one here. Here's an example. Yeah, if you go by going up to white, it really helps it really stands out from the armour. Plus, because it's a little very fine detail, it looks even cooler. It's part of that whole faces and bases mentality because they've got the helmets on. You don't really get to see as much of the face. So doing a cool detail like that really helps sell the quality of the model. So, okay. So we've got that green. I realise we haven't actually had to use the Happy Hobby hairdryer at all today. Everything's been dry by the time I get round to it, which is helpful. But yeah, I was thinking about using it then, but actually, by the time I thought about it, it's pretty much done. I've just splashed a little bit. I've splashed a little bit of green on where I want the bone. So I'm going to come back in. Yeah, this is the thing with doing really bright coloured armour, is almost every step you add, you're going to be touching up, even if it's just a tiny amount. But it's worth it in the end, so I'm told. Just going to double check everywhere on the green is nice and uniform. There's no bits that are not covered, like the bottom of this jaw. The bottom of the jaw on the skull just wasn't quite there. All the tips of these wing feathers. Cool. Right, so to help push it out, again, add a bit of depth between levels, we're going to put some Nuln Oil on the whole thing, because I think, for me, this helps, again, helps me see the definition between the wing blade, like the various wing feathers, and also by going just over the edge, it'll help put a little bit of a rim colour around it, which will help lift it, like we did with the eyes on the Night Goblins. Just having a little bit of wash over onto the bone will help us raise it off. I'm going to come back in again after we finish the whole chest eagle and paint round it with some more Skeleton Horde, again to help lift it up. But that's now going to settle. I realise there's a tiny bit on the gun casing that's still silver, so we're going to neaten that up. We'll go around that while we're waiting for our Nuln Oil to dry. Make sure that's just flipped a little bit on there onto the silver. That's all sorted. Right, so this is now it. I think this is finally time to break out ye olde heavy hobby hairdryer. So 1 second while I mute. I say cool, I should have unmuted first. So yeah, there we go, that's dried. And now we're going to go back in with our first highlight of Warboss Green to layer over the feathers on the eagle and let it make it really start popping as a detail. So because we did the non-oil, I can see now between the feathers. I like to find one to start with that I can see really well and then use that as a guide for the rest of them. This is arguably the hardest thing to do on the whole model because, strangely enough, like when you change the angle, like I found with doing these eagles, is you do one wing and you think you've got everything perfect, and then you just turn it slightly, and the angle's not quite right, so the paint looks like it hasn't gone on all the feathers. So I'm just going to keep turning it just so we can make sure we've got a nice solid colour. Plus the other part that makes this really difficult is trying not to go overboard. So normally this would be our highlight colour. This would be right on the tips of the armour. And as I'll show you, just like on the gun, this would be on the very edges. But because there's not a lot on the chest eagle, we're pushing it a lot further up in terms of colours. So we'll look at the one we've done before. He's got quite a bright green chest eagle, but it goes right deep into the black. So it's almost like a jade eagle, like it's made out of something like that. But that's just because pretty much all of the areas we're painting now are all highlight. So we're going to go in here. We're going to get these feathers. As you can tell, as it gets harder and harder to talk, you know that means I'm focusing really hard. The other problem I have is like you can literally, I get really anal about these. So I've already oversplashed a bit of green into what I'd like to be a recess. So I'm going to have to come back in again, probably with some watered down black more than just non-oil, to cover that off and thicken and really help define each individual feather. So here we go, we're on the inner feathers, this one wing. Yeah, the other thing, a bit like I said with doing the eyes, is it's really easy for me to do the right, technically this is his right hand wing as I look at it, not as you're looking at it. You're looking like I'm right-handed and this is the left hand wing, but I assure you this is the right hand wing. Yeah, this is easy because the way I can start in the centre of the feather where it's at its finest and work my way out, but on the other side that's really difficult. And if I turn the model, normally I would just go like this and turn the model upside down, but then for some reason the way you're putting the paint is different on the bit, because not only are the feathers, they are laid on top of each other, they're also tilted. So if you paint them upside down, you're putting the paint on the wrong part of the feather compared to the one the other side you've just done. So, and it's super, super obvious. So I'm going to have to try and go in and out. So I apologise if I start getting really, really quiet, but that's because I'll be focusing a lot on these feathers. I can get away with tilting the model upside down for the top of the wing, for this top strut, because we paint round it all the way to the top and all the way to the bottom. So yeah, that's standing out quite nicely, although I've noticed there's an ever so slight gap where I don't want it. Yeah, like I said, these are always really difficult for me because I get really, really anal about how good they look. It's not so bad on like your standard marine, because by the time you've added the bolter on, you're not going to see a lot of the eagle. But I know it's there, and that's the bit that matters. Because I am my harshest critic when it comes to painting. Yes, we've just I forgot to say about that. I was looking for the right segue, but that'll do. So the LDG Experience, the podcast that I am a regular guest on, where we talk about all things fantasy and 40k. We've been up for a few weeks. We're on episode 3. It went live on Monday, and apparently. We're looking at the metrics for our listenership, I should say, not viewership, our listenership, and apparently our biggest demographic outside of the UK is in the Philippines, and it keeps growing. So apparently I can say with confidence that I am big in the Philippines. And I'm going to make the same joke I made when I found out about this earlier. I'm only big in the Philippines because on average they tend to be slightly shorter than Westerners. Yes, thank you, I'm here all night. As I watch all my viewers go away, but yeah, I find that kind of thing when you look at analytics behind streaming or podcasting and things like that. It's I find it fascinating when you find out how the level of detail that they go into on the analytics, like the amount of information you can gather. Like, I don't mean we're like collecting information. We're like, Steve, he was watching from 3 hours and he was in the loo for 15 minutes of that. No, I don't mean that kind of detail. I mean like demographic details, like roughly how old people are based on the input you put in and where you're from. Things I find it fascinating. And like I said, the fact that for some reason we're catching on in the Philippines of all places. I've met a lot of Filipino people in my time. They're lovely people, but I never thought they would be hugely interested in listening to me talk about 40k, if I'm really honest. But clearly I was wrong. So if you have Spotify or other Amazon, I believe Amazon music podcasts, I don't know 100%. I just want to say, where you can find all good podcasts, you can find us at the LDG Experience. On your podcast supplier of choice. Go and have a listen, please. Well, apparently. That'd be great. Yeah, I love how 40k is getting really big in some really far off places. Like America, it seems. Finally caught up with us Brits. Although I wish the big World Championship stream events were all over in the UK. So I didn't have to wait till 5 a.m. to see shiny new toys. But, they have a lot more people and a lot more space. They have a Vegas. We have arguably Blackpool. Or probably Brighton. These are like a place where people go for conferences. Right, so. Kroot, yes. I was saying earlier, Tom, the LVO has revealed to us the bird people are back. Yes, we've got Kroot Shapers, Kroot Ox, although suspiciously no hounds yet. Although as this is one of those sort of pre-launch boxes, maybe there's some more hiding behind. Maybe there's 1 or 2 things we haven't seen yet for that release. In the same way that we've only seen the Deathwing. We've got the Deathwing Knights and the Belial in the new box for Dark Angels. Hopefully there's some Kroot Hounds, or maybe even Kroot Birds, waddling their way towards us with the Tau release. So I assume that's going to be the next big 40k release. I like to think of 40k these days seems to have like two styles of release, the sort of book and character release where they're sort of trying to churn through an edition as quickly as possible, and then the big release is where they sort of give us 3 or 4 new things like we've got with the Dark Angels, which I'm so excited for. We are the poster children again, as only right now that our Primarch has returned. Like I said, when the Monday after the release of that box, so will it be? Next Saturday? I want to say next Saturday, or is it the Saturday after? I've lost track because everything's on. I lose track with the way Games Workshop's pre-orders are now, like when they go live, when they actually end up. Because no, it won't be next Saturday because it goes live on the website tomorrow, and then it means that'll be 2 weeks from that Saturday that it's released. So whatever the Monday is after that, so it'll be sometime in February, we will be doing a special stream with our special guest, Ben Greaves, or Heresy Junkie, as he is on social media. Another huge Dark Angel fan like myself. That's how our friendship started, was our mutual love of the First Legion. I will have him as a guest on the stream, and we will crack open the new shiny Deathwing Assault box, pour over the Codex and have a quick look, and share our quick thoughts about it before I go into a much deeper dive, and probably rant at Tom on the LDG experience about it that week. I'm hoping it won't be a rant. I'm hoping it'll be oh my god, I can't believe what they did. It's really cool. But it could be it could just be, an hour and a half of me crying in the corner while Tom and Evie try and console me that they've destroyed my beloved Dark Angels. But I have faith. It gets shaken a lot, but I have it. Because if anyone remembers the old Mr. Kipling adverts for those in the UK, oh no, Mummy, Mr. Kipling just drowned Scruffy. Yes, honey, but he does make exceedingly good cakes. And I feel that's one of my lines I find myself saying a lot more about Games Workshop is when people say, oh, but I don't like this or I don't like this aspect of Games Workshop. And I say, I agree, but at the end of the day, they do make exceedingly good cakes. And by that, I obviously mean toy soldiers. Because if they didn't, we wouldn't keep coming back to them. Because that stuff's like crack to us nerds. Like I said, they are by far and away one of, if not the best, miniatures companies out there. And I love almost everything they do. So, unfortunately, that's the thing, I love too much of what they do, so I end up doing far too many projects. But I'm trying to be good, and I'm trying to limit myself. So, as I said, let's get back to the painting side. We'll slow down the Old Man Rants at Cloud section. We'll go back to the actual painting. So, we're now on to Scarsnet Green, which I'm just trying to build up in really, really thin layers, just on the very tips of these feathers. So we've got a sort of fade in from the Warboss Green, and gives it that more as well. It makes it more gemstone-like or sort of semi-precious stone, so it looks a bit more almost like it's made out of jade. Something shiny, like a shinier rock like that, rather than just sort of, a detail that's been painted onto their armour. So we're going to try, again, this is even fiddlier than before, so as you can see, it's taking up a severe amount of my brain processing power, hence why speech slow. But I'm trying my best. So that's, I think, that's one wing nearly finished. I think we might have to go in with another coat of this Scarsnet Green in a minute. But I think I'm pretty pleased with that so far. Sadly, I don't think it's showing up as well as it is in the flesh here. But trust me, these highlights look really good. Because if they didn't, I'd be muting the microphone and going on an expletive tirade. So you can trust me by the fact that you can still hear my voice, that I think they look okay. So I'm just trying to push the top, make sure the top's really, really nice and shiny. Do do that as well on this side as well again. Yep. We're getting there. Yeah, it's a shame I don't have the bare head I want for this Terminator yet, because that's something I'd love to take you through, is the process I do for painting bare heads. Because I think it's, again, the old classic faces and base I've been saying several times, is you can, I think painting faces is very daunting to a lot of people. And there are several ways I think you can do it a lot quicker, and with cheating to get a really awesome result. And when we get that new sprue in, I will definitely bring him in so we can do that on stream, and I can share with you some of my tips and tricks for painting Space Marine faces at least. There we go. We compare it to his little friend. Yep. I think what I've done with him, actually, with the first Deathwing Terminator painted, is I think what I'm going to try and do now, which is we're going to mix in a tiny. Normally, I wouldn't go this high, but because I want to go for that sort of, like I said, that sort of what's the word for shaping stone? Not quarried, but that kind of dressed stone look like it's been chipped, sculpted out of stone or precious gems. We're going to push even closer to white, I think, on the very tips here. Now I've really thinned this down, so I've mixed it with white, but I've really thinned it down so I can get an actual, again, I'm trying to get a transition, so that, you know, because blending is one of those techniques that I can do if push comes to shove, but I prefer to kind of cheat and use lots of different layers where you just leave a little bit in the recess of the previous, you leave a bit in the recess of the previous layer, because it helps. It basically your eyes can't, after a little bit, your eyes can't really determine the difference between a bunch of layers and one that's sort of where they're blended together, because I mean that's all that is just loads of thousands of tiny layers, but you let the blend do the work. So we're just gonna do that on this side, on this wing. Trying to be as subtle as I can with this, so I'm not overwhelming it with white. And we're just going to use it as a sort of final highlight as well on this skull, just on the very raised features across the brows. There we go. Pa-pam! Right. So actually, surprisingly, we've got to a stage where we almost managed to finish this guy, with the horrible exception of the gold, because I don't have any Agrex Earth Shade, because I'm stupid. So I think if I take a break, will you promise not to all disappear? If I go for a 2-minute break, will you promise not all to just disappear while I quickly rush across the street to grab a pot of Agrex Earth Shade? Can I trust you? I will leave you with. I've actually kind of been waiting to do this. I'm actually going to do this because I feel like I've been wanting to use this for ages. Let's see if we can find. Here it is. I can leave you. Yeah, please. Oh, thank you. So that's for each one of you. So at least there'll be one again. So if I come back and there's one person in the stream, we'll know. But yes. So I've been wanting to use this for ages because I made this in case I needed a break. But I've got a lovely Be Right Back montage where you can look at some of the awesome things that we've painted in the past, including Lionel Johnson and some of those Raven Guard I was talking about. So hang in with me, and we will be right back in about 2 minutes. So I will see you in a second. back. Oh, don't know if you can tell, but I've run all the way. Yes, I just come running next door to get some Agrax Earthshade. Oh, we got there, and I'm knackered. See, one upside to streaming next to an LGS, I can get paints where I need them. But then that's also the downside to not streaming at my house where all of my paints are. So we're here, right? Oh, I know, but I'm excited to paint. I'm more excited to actually paint as well. So, because let's be honest, I'm sitting here chilling most of this. So, I'm back, and we can get to the best parts. We can get this guy almost completely finished. So, let's do it. Let's get some Agrax Earthshade in. Let's get on this gold. And then we can get to another level. And I think then we're almost finished with this guy. Like I said, we can go back and tweak a few of the recesses. Make sure everything looks great. But yes, as I say, so yes, we're going for the Agrax Earthshade over the gold. Give it a very nice, worn, weathered look, like proper old, burnished gold. Again, what I'm trying to do with this is not just paint over the gold, but just a little tiny bit on the bone as well, to give us that line around it that just helps lift it off the bone and separate the two colours more. So, it says bring it down. You're going too far the other way. Yeah, so you can see there's a bit of a line around it, which we need the hand cam back. Oh, I've not switched it over. Oh, well, that's it. Thank you very much for pointing that out, back to you. Yeah, now, right, as I was saying, I'm looking at the wrong side of the flipping screen. All this technology. Right, so yeah, as you can see, I've gone over the gold with the Agrax. I'm going to put a little bit extra on this one because I want to really get the lines really deep into them between the lines. But yeah, so I've put a line around the gold, so again it helps lift it off the bone and really separate the two colours. So we're going to continue to do that on this gold here. So normally when I do parchment on Space Marines, I'd be washing that with Agrax too, but because I tend to use a watered down, you wouldn't happen to have any Raven Guard painted close by, would you? I don't, sadly. I sold them. They were one of the first examples, painting things to sell, and they are now in a wonderful home in America somewhere, I believe. The only painted Raven Guard I have left, which I don't have with me, but I have left, is one Infiltrator. I want to say Infiltrator, the Phobos guys, because I used him as a scheme tester, because I was tempted to take the Leviathan set and expand them out. Yeah, unfortunately, the nearest thing I've got to Raven Guard is Raven Wing. Very similar colours. I use the same colours to paint the black as I did, and the leather and everything. The only difference is obviously there's a lot more white on the Raven Guard. But yeah, unfortunately, sorry there, Casual Cambo, I don't have any of those Raven Guard to show you. You'll just have to look on our social media to see some lovely pictures of those. But for now, we're back with a far superior chapter, lol, in the Dark Angels. And we can finally get around to finishing the rest of the gold. So, yeah. So again, the reason why I like this sort of Vallejo gold with the Agrax on the top is it really stands out because it's quite very dark. it stands out against the bone a lot more, and is really easy to do. Retributor armor is a lot redder, I want to say. Like I said, I'm not the most technically gifted when it comes to painting in terms of being able to explain terms, so I apologise that I can't be more technical when I talk about colour. I've always done it pretty much by feel, by trying different things and saying to myself, I like that, or I really don't like that. But ever since I found, because I always gold has been one of the colours I struggled with for many, many years, because I try all the recipes that Games Workshop and others would explain and say, yeah, you just have to use this and you just have to use this, and I try it and I just couldn't make it work for me. So so I've just experimented over the years with different things. Various people, what else wanting a reference by Ravenwing? Well, so we can do Ravenwing. Ravenwing we can show you. We've got, like I said, we've got Samael, and we've got a Ravenwing Outrider to show. I said before, the black recipe I like to use is Eshin Grey and Dawnstone, rather than say Thunderhawk Blue and Dark Reaper. I think the others, the ones that Games Workshop tends to go for more bluey grey on their black. I like quite a. I think the word is colder when it comes to the colour. But again, don't quote me on that, because technical terms when it comes to colour painting and colour theory and whatnot are not my strong suit. This is where I found out they've also left my... Nope! For a minute there I was like, I've left even more of my paints at home. But I haven't. I do have my Rakar's Flesh. I forgot it on Monday, but I have it with me now. Yeah, this is my favourite paint for doing parchment. There's just something about the sort of weird browny cream colour that I think is just so good for using for parchment, especially when it's washed with thinned down Agric Earthshade. So not straight out of the pot, and I don't mix it with Lime Medium either, because I want it to be more sort of not blotchy, but again, I'm not good with my technical terms. I'm doing my best to learn. But yeah, the way the pigment flows through it, so it kind of does go towards the edges, rather than giving a nice smooth all over tint, which you can get with washes and things. We will do all of these around here, because the one thing that Space Marines are good for is, it's really good. I have still a higher tinning. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Yeah, I've used it for years. I said black is my go-to colour when I'm painting armies. They're almost all universally black or heavily black in some part. So I have spent many, many years refining my black highlights. If you really want to push the thing, I said Dawnstone, Eshin Grey with Dawnstone on the top edge. So I use Eshin Grey on like all the edges, and then Dawnstone on the sort of the various top edge highlights, and then on the very if I want to really push it, like I did on the lion here. So I've gone with, again, I like one with the full black armour, so like you can see on these greaves and things, I've gone with an Ministratum Grey on the very, very tight top edges to really give it that shine to it. But yeah, that's my recipe for black, and it's got me through many an army, because like I say, black is almost always my go-to colour. Right, so I've realised as going around this, I think I missed a few gold details. There's a couple of skulls on the backs of his hands. No, I've got a bit of dirt on that, but I have to fix him now. There's a skull on the back of each of the wrists of the Terminator Sergeant. So we're just going to go back in and paint those. Also on the Stormbolter, we've got this winged skull. So now that we've done the casing, we're going to go in and paint that. And it'll also remind us to paint the Agrax onto the shell casings, like I said before, so that we've got the Null Oil and Agrax wash on them to really give them that weathered appearance. So I've just gone a bit over with the gold. So a little bit of water should clean that right up. And the final gold detail on this wrist is this skull. So the other, oh no, we are splotting bits. No, my poor shoulder pad. I don't know if you can see it. You can see it like a little black spot. It's all right. As I said, we've got another round of touch-ups to do once we finish all these detail colours. I think the Rakkar's flesh on that really big parchment needs a little bit of smoothing out. So we'll go back in there. And how's it looking on the other parchments? I think we're all good on the other parchments. So it's back to our Agrax shade. Now I'm going to go full Agrax on the gold again. So we'll just cover this skull just around the edge again so it helps it lift. And then on this skull, same again. And the wing. So with this one, so when I've got like a wing thing, what I tend to do is I try and use a bit of a puddle of the wash to push it towards the base of the feathers so that it dries a bit darker in that area than say the rest. And then we'll go over the shell casings. Right, and then finally get a bit of Agrax, water it down, probably a third, so we've got about 1 drop of Agrax to say 2 drops of water, and then we'll go over the parchment. So with this, what it does is it really does just run in to the recesses, but it also forms puddles, which is what we want, because these bits of parchment are very three-dimensional. So it forms little puddles along in the various sort of folds, which is what I'm after. So I don't want to tint it too dark, so it goes too brown, but we just want enough of the thinned down Agrax to get into the different layers of the parchment so that they stand out. You can see between them. And also into the various folds between them. So, like I said, it's more of a light tint than it is an overall wash. So yeah, there we go. We'll leave that to dry. And while we're leaving it to dry, we'll just nip round and do a little bit of tidying. Like I said, when it comes to these light models, I'm doing a White Scars army for somebody at the moment, and it's just, oh, is that a bit of crap? Is it actually, read it yet? It's just, you end up having to clean up some, because again, it's so obvious when you see any kind of rubbish, any kind of extra bit on it, it so stands out that you can't leave it. Whereas if this was like a black or a dark grey, those little flecks of dirt or dust or whatever would just fade away into the background. You just wouldn't see them. But these light bone colours or white or whatever really show up every little imperfection. So you have to be really careful. my thumb palette is too wet, so I'm just going to clean that. Yeah, I like to use my thumb nail as a bit of a palette sometimes, just to keep control of the amount of paint on my brush. But it does mean that at the end of the day I've got one half painted nail. Thankfully acrylic paint comes off really easily. Just got to remember not to do it if I'm ever using enamel paints, because otherwise I will look like some sort of art, what's the word I'm looking for? Modern art freak with my nails. Cool. So yeah, we're looking. I think we're very close to almost being finished with this guy. Again, like I said, we're going to go around a few bits. So like on the fingers, I'm actually going to use some of that thin down Agrax Earth shade on the finger joints, because the skeleton horse is not dark enough to put a stark contrast between the arm panels. So we're just going to take it so that thin down Agrax and try and just get it to settle so we can really see the distinct segments in the finger armour. Yeah, it's ironic that the smaller the detail, the higher you have to, like the more contrast I find, no pun intended, you have to push with your colours to make the different areas stand out from each other. So, well, we've done that. Let's brighten up the finger. So yeah, that's more like it. So now their fingers are really standing out from each other. Yeah, and it's really helping us to see each individual piece of armour that makes up the finger joints. So let's go back to the other hand and clean up that finger armour. And then we've got very few bits left to do, I think. We've got a couple of areas to go around with some more skeleton horde, I think, just to increase some definition, especially around the gold we've just put on. But apart from that, I think we're nearly at a bit of a final highlight stage. Because the other thing is, like with the gold that I use, I don't like doing too much highlights on it, because I don't want it to be too super sharp. We will go back in a minute and highlight it, but for now we're going to be busy finishing off the rest of the armour panels. I've also realised I've completely forgotten to do the blade of the sword with non-oil, so we're going to go back in quickly and give that a good wash. There we go. Make sure it's not pooling too heavily. We can let that dry. So, we're going to go back to our contrast friend, Skeleton Horde. And this time, we are going to use it to go around some of this gold detailing. So, we're starting with the crux, the Sergeant's crux symbol down here. We're just going to help extend the line, the outer line that we made with the Agrax, just a tad around it, so that it sort of helps with the fade in and out there. And the same with the crux on the shoulder. Not get too much there though. Again, there's all this bit. This is all about subtlety. Just a little bit in the deepest bits around the edge, just to help lift the gold off of the shoulder pad. Cool. So we're looking next to his compatriot. Yeah. So, as for the gold, I think what we need to do with that now is we're going to mix up some of this. We need to find some silver. Here we are, some shining silver. We're going to take that shining silver and mix it in with our Vallejo gold, so that the gold the gold tints the silver rather than the other way around. So it's almost completely silver. So it's like a platinum. I think platinum's the right word. So, and then we're going to try and just highlight the very edges of the gold areas, but being very careful, because again, I don't want to overdo it. Just want to put a bit of a highlight on. But the other thing is with the Agrax Earth shaders, it's taking a lot of the sheen off of the gold. So I want to be very careful by adding like I'm literally just very lightly brushing this over, almost like a dry brush on the very tips of edges. So again, it doesn't completely take over the colour. It's just enough to help add a bit of extra warmth, just a bit of more layer to it. Again, I'm really concentrating on this one because this is one of those ones I said the mantra of this channel. A bit like the two thin coats of Duncan Rose, I think the mantra of this channel is you can always add paint, but you can't take it away. So we're just going to be very careful with putting enough gold on without going too far. So I'm just looking at these now. I think what I want to do actually is I want to push the depth again. Because it's quite a dark gold, I want to push the depth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some black paint and thin that down into a wash. Rather than using non-oil, I want to take the black and I'm going to put it right in around, try and help line these individual parts of the gold. We're going to, again, that should help raise them out from each other. And we're going to go down here, come around this gemstone, because I'm going to have to paint that separately in a minute, into the, oh dear, my brush is splaying out a little bit. I'm going to go right round these little parts. So we're really pushing the contrast here. I think that's right. And then we'll come down to the leg one. This is the one I think is going to benefit from the most because it's got the most sort of segments. So we're going to push that really thinly into the recesses between each of these little segments, and already that's helping it. I think that's already making it look great. It's already pushing it a bit for, like, just making each individual part stand out from its neighbour, which helps the overall look so it doesn't all blend together. So yeah, here we go on the top part there. Because the great thing is about doing recess stuff is you can run your thumb over the top and just brush off any bit that's not where you really, really want it. There we go. So now that gold is standing out a bit more. Although I have to say, I'm looking at his little friend, and there's quite a variation in the tone there. Maybe once we've highlighted the bone, that'll help. So what we're going to do for that is we're going to start with kind of we want a chunky highlight this time. We're going to use Screaming Skull, which is our base armour colour, and then we're going to mix in. To start with, I think we want to mix in, I don't know, we're going to mix in a little bit of white, and not much, just to lighten up the Screaming Skull, but not, because if we go for straight white, it's going to really stand out. So we're going to put a bunch of Screaming Skull and a little bit of white together. And then just to help again with the transitioning bit, by thinning it down, we're not going to make it too opaque. So here we go. So we're going to start on the shoulder pad. And we're just going to use the edge of our brush, turn it sideways just to help lay down that highlight. And this is the thing that Space Marines are great for, is they have so many armour panels that you can get your brush into like this. And like I said, you're just literally just holding it. I find you just want to stabilise yourself against part of the model, and you can usually find an angle that's sort of about 45 degrees around from an edge. Now, not all of it, like this elbow joint, we haven't really got a good angle to do that from. So I'm just going to try and do this one by hand. This is where, I'll be honest, this is where experience and thin paint helps, because it flows really nicely, so you can draw a nice straight line with the paint. So yeah, we're looking for kind of a thickish highlight here, because when we come back in with the pure white or the almost white in a minute, this will help it fade into our bone. So we come in with this quite thickly to help it, when I say thickly, I mean wide thickly, not thick as in paint thick, because this will help us with the layer transition that we always try for here, because we're too lazy to blend. But yeah, again, you can see the difference in speed. If you can just find the edges, you can run the paintbrush along. Oh my word, I remember showing a friend of mine, he was asking me, he said, how do you paint hard edges so quickly? And he'd literally been attacking I think it was a Corvus Black Star. He'd been spending ages trying to draw straight lines down the edge of the armour. And I came into it, I said, look, give me your brush. And he literally handed it over, and I just did what I'm doing now. Just ran it along. And he was like, you bastard. I was like, where were you like 3 hours ago? And I was like, I'm really sorry. I said, but now you know. And man does it save you time. And it gives you really good results as well, I think. It just gives, like I said, I can still do the straight lines. And like I said, there are areas you want to do them in, but anything you can use the armour to help you. Just, yeah, do it. Makes it so much quicker. I mean, if you're like me and you've painted probably thousands of Marines in your time, I always get, like I said, I get used to a little rhythm of, if they're power armor Marines, doing the legs and the torso, backpack, arms. I just get so used to doing it in one flow. I could probably highlight an entire Space Marine, like a basic standard power armor Marine, about 5-10 minutes, because I'm just so used to like where all the edges are located. I can just rush around and just do it. unfortunately. I need to find out like about. Probably should invest in one of those painting handles that has the wire on the top. Because they're like the normal GW ones, you just stick it on top and you can just hold it and tilt it. But the problem is, I put my thumb all over it to help stabilize it, and I really shouldn't because it rubs paint off. But we all have our foibles, and this is mine. I said normally it doesn't matter because this would be black, and you'd never see it. Yeah. Hard edge highlighting is one of those stages on miniatures that is really like it's time consuming, and it can be a real chore, especially if you're doing it in batches, like entire squads at a time. But it can also be really satisfying, especially on armor like this, where we've done most of the work of giving the armour depth with shades. Just going around now doing these, picking out these edges, I think is just bringing the whole thing together and making our Deathwing armour really pop. Which I think is a phrase used exclusively amongst people painting on videos. I don't know why I'm using it. I don't usually use it as in my lexicon when I'm talking to people. When people ask me normally in sort of in person about painting, I don't tend to use the word pop. I think it might just be one of those words that comes to you when you're trying to do a sort of tutorial on a video. Yeah, this is quite fun. I don't know if you can tell, but it's slowly putting me in such a relaxed mood right now because it's slowly making me drift off. But I will try my best not to fall asleep whilst I'm on stream. I make no promises. I'm trying to fuel myself with Monster. # not a sponsor. But it is sometimes a little bit too therapeutic painting. Oh, right, I think we need to make up some more of that highlight because the bit we made is drying out a little bit. So we mix it on top of it. If we mix it on, that's the other thing about having a big mixing palette like this, is if one colour starts drying out, you mix the next batch on top of it so you can colour match it on the palette. I find that helps a lot too. I know that kind of sounds a bit obvious, but it's one of those things I just didn't think about until I tried it. I was like, oh yeah, if you mix it on top of it, it's the same colour. Yeah, there we go. So, where are we? Yeah, so some of these highlights now are so fine, so thin even. When we were putting them on, I thought they were looking a lot thicker in terms of standing out from the bone. Come back in, it's gone really even such a thin fade that we're going to have to go back in and do a second layer, I think. Which is cool because it means the final effect is going to look even better. Because we're going to get that really cool blended highlight look. So, do this shoulder pad. Yeah. See, the thing is, the problem I have when I'm painting units like this for the first time in a long time. So like my first guy, he's clearly had a lot of stuff done to him, and I think I probably spent, because I was just by myself and I wasn't talking to anybody, I probably spent like a day just painting that guy. So I'm trying to find a new, now I was like, oh okay, now I've sorted my colours out. When I come to paint the whole unit, it's not going to be as detailed because I'm not going to want to spend a day or two painting it. So it's going to be ever so slightly different than the original. But we'll do our best to keep it as close as possible to the original. Because I'm noticing, I think I might have gone a little bit, actually, the highlight colour we're using currently, I think I might have actually used that as the top armour colour for that fella. So we might end up going over with almost like a glaze of this this sort of Screaming Skull and white, just to lighten up the whole armour in a minute. If I don't think the final colour is high enough, because I like the bone to be almost white, almost parched completely white when I do these. And when I do Deathwing would be a whole different thing, probably in a galaxy far, far away. But at the same time, looking at the fact that in a week or two I'm going to be painting, I'm going to have like 15 of these guys to paint. I want to find a good balance between speed and quality. Because when it comes to army painting, which is what I do, I wouldn't call myself a display painter. I would call myself an army painter, because I churn out by when I'm on it, I can churn out a lot of models by volume to quite a high standard, but nowhere near the standard of, say, a Golden Demon entrant. So I would call myself a good army painter. So yeah, and the highlight, the thing about that is you want to make sure you've got a good balance between speed and quality. Again, with such a light colour like the bone armor being really unforgiving, you are going to have to spend more time on it than, say, your Ravenwing, I think. But again, balance. You know, that's what it's all about. That's why I've started by saved so much time by spraying these guys Wraithbone and hitting them with Screaming Skull. I mean, another way to do it might be to spray it Wraithbone, cover the whole thing with Skeleton Horde, which would tint it right down, and then go over the top of that tinted Skeleton Horde colour with our Screaming Skull to get the desired bone effect. And I might end up doing that later on, because that might be a quicker way of doing it. But for now, I like this method. I think it looks kind of cool. But we're always refining when we're doing, when you do an army. It's the thing I find. It's great and frustrating. The bigger the army you do, the more frustrating it is, because you get to the end and you think, oh, I could have done these so much better now, because I've done so many of them. I've gotten better and better, but I'm trying to make them all match. So you don't want all of you guys looking the exact same. You want all the guys looking the exact same, but the problem is you end up getting better. So you want to then start from scratch. Well, at least I do. I find myself wanting to start from scratch again. So this is why I'm currently selling my Guardians of the Covenant army, which will be available on eBay soon. If you've discovered the stream and you like my painting, I'm not saying it's crap. It's just a bit of an older army for myself. And I look at it now and go, I could do that 100 times better. But I painted an entire battle company of Guardians of the Covenant, along with, which was Dark Age's successor chapter, along with loads of units to go and support, Terminators, elements from other companies, so more close support and fire support units, a bunch of characters, some Ravenwing equivalents, some Deathwing equivalents, and I loved it at the time, and it was cool, but I look at it now and go, but comparison to these Dark Angels I'm doing, I'm just like, for me personally, also, what's the point in having two Dark Angels armies specifically? So I have decided that it's time for me to move on, or back I should say, probably, to the original, the progenitor chapter of the Dark Angels, and do them to the highest possible standard I can to take to events. Because the Guardians were, I went through a period, I went through a really bad lull where I was really struggling. I think I was in a bad place mental health wise. I know we've all probably been there. You go through good times and bad times, and I was going through a bit of a bad patch, and I just could not motivate myself to do anything. And I think I didn't touch a paintbrush for almost 2 years. That's how bad it was. Because every time I tried, I just hated what I was doing. I didn't have the motivation to finish anything. Anything I did paint, I didn't like. And I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I just couldn't do it. So, thankfully, my friends were there to help me, and they asked me they kept asking me a few questions. I remember somebody asked me about doing custodians, and about how to paint gold, and I showed him a technique that I thought was really cool for doing gold using this Vallejo gold, and just washes and dry brushes, and it was really quick and effective. And I thought, wow, that's really satisfying. I wonder if I could take that approach that I used on them and apply it to metal, like silver. And I thought about what silver armies could I do, and I think I originally planned I was going to do silver skulls, and then I went to bed that night and I realised, I was like, wait a minute, there's a Dark Angel Successor chapter that's all silver. And I was like, oh, perfect. So, me being me, I went through every book, White Dwarf and things I could find, to look at every mention of the Guardians of the Covenant, every piece of artwork I could find, official or otherwise. I think I looked at the game Space Hulk Deathwing, and how they depicted the Terminators for the Guardians in that. And I was like, yeah, this is it, this is the one. And I just started painting. I think I bought a Lieutenant, Dark Angel Lieutenant, and I painted him, and I was really pleased. Like I did the armour really simply and quickly, but I went to town a bit on the robes, because the robes were, for the Guardians of the Covenant, if you've not seen it, like a red. So I used a corn red for it, and it was really effective. The scheme I went for was really effective. I think it looked really cool. And it just fired me up like nothing. And I went from not being able to paint the thing, and I think I put together a battle company's worth of Marines in about 2 months, I think, and I just didn't stop. And that's when I went on a massive painting bender. I think I painted something like 6 or 7 armies in the space of a few months. I was just the output. It was around the time of the pandemic, and I just, for some reason, the pandemic just put me into overdrive painting wise, and I painted so freaking many models. I painted like 3 Star Wars Legion armies. I painted a whole Stormcast Eternal army. Again, it was basically based on metal, so it was like a silver with black detailing and white face masks. Which I called the Argent Storm, and they were again really satisfying. They came out really well. I painted a Custodes army. I painted a Black Legion army. It got to a stage where I was churning out so much stuff. I even decided to see if I could paint an entire army in a week, and I painted a 2,000 point Iron Warriors army in 7 days. It was that crazy. I wish I could get back to that level of productivity right now. I wouldn't say I wish there was not a pandemic, because that was not a fun time to go through overall, but at least when it came to painting, it was good for me. And I got a heck of a lot out of it. Yeah, that was the start of, you could say that was the origin of Onyx Dragon Gaming, because that was the point where I realised that if I put my mind to it, I could really paint an absolute shed load of models to a decent standard in a short space of time if I needed to. And then with much encouragement from various friends, I eventually took the plunge and decided to set up shop for myself and try and make a go of this as a full-time job, both as a commission painter, like I say, and now as a streamer and content creator. We started the streaming. I'm very much looking forward to next week starting the content as such, so non-streaming content, because what you'll be able to find as of tomorrow, our previous streams will be available on YouTube. I want to make YouTube-only content, which is more of a more edited content. So we'll be talking. As I said, the first thing we're going to be doing is Alistair Arms, a good friend of mine and a former Golden Demon winning painter. We are both absolutely Warhammer fantasy nuts, and we've been talking about doing something for years, doing a project together. And we've decided that what we're going to do is we've got one of each of the new Old World starter sets ordered, and when they arrive at our local gaming store, Lazy Dragon Gaming, we are going to go down there, and because we couldn't decide at the time which one we really wanted to paint the most, I thought it'd be really funny if we were to not pick one, but flip a coin and at the time and take one when we get there. So we're either going to flip a coin. So we're going to find some way of determining randomly who gets which. But in the intervening weeks, I think both of us have started leaning towards one army over the other. So either Bretonnians or Tomb Kings. Me being me, I've gone away and I've done research for both armies. So I've come up with complete paint schemes for both armies. Be that the Dukedom of Quenelles for the Bretonnians, which is a blue-black scheme, or the Scorpion King of Numas, which is a blackened kind of off-white scheme. Sort of, again, that really tattered parchment look for the Tomb Kings. But if I'm brutally honest, I am leaning towards the Bretonnians. I kind of really want to have a go at a kind of blue army with a lot of colour in it. Because, yeah, the bone... I'll be honest, I think the difference between the two of them is the skeletons of the Tomb Kings will be really a lot quicker to paint. There'll be a lot of dry brushing involved probably, and washes. But the Bretonnians, I think, will be more satisfying, as in, I think they're going to look a lot cooler. There's a lot more to do with them. But I don't mind either one. I'm prepared. I've planned for both. And I'm excited to find out. So keep an eye on our social medias if you're not already liking and following and subscribing and whatnot. When that video goes live, we will share that with you, so you can have a go and have a look at it. And we'll be doing regular. The idea is that we will take those armies and paint them separately, but we will do regular updates along the way that are more sort of cohesive, more edited than, say, obviously the stream is just me talking into a microphone for 4 hours whilst I kind of vaguely try and paint something. So yeah, if you like that kind of content, that's going to be the kind of thing. That's also where any of my event coverage will be. I will be at Salute this year, as I have been for several years. I'll be back with my former employers at Zinj Industries, because it's really fun. Paint another army over YouTube, that'll get you on the map. Yeah, maybe that's what I will do. Maybe I will. We'll see if we can do. So the problem is, if I do it on YouTube as well, I think I'll have to do bits of it on here as well, because otherwise people won't believe me. They'll be like, you'll be like, well, you did that in like a month and you edited it all. Either that, or I have to do what they do in like classic hostage taking movies. I'll be like, here's today's paper. This is proof that it was done today, but then I could have got it later. We'll see. I think that's a cool idea. I might file that one away. I'm ready to do it again. It might be Iron Warriors again, but it will definitely. I definitely can do it, and it will be definitely worth. I think it might be, like you say, it might be definitely worth doing, just to make people go, "Wow, this guy painted an army in a month." Let's see if we can get that shared around. But yeah, I think a lot of my longer form projects will be on there. Any kind of event reporting will be on there. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, I definitely think we're going to have to glaze them up a bit. Or we might be able to get away with it if we just highlight. Let's try a more white highlight. Because it's weird, sometimes highlighting changes the colour, I find, of the thing you're highlighting. Just because the way your eye, I don't know how your eye works, interacts with it, but it does. Like I said, I have no idea. I don't understand how things work. Brain, in the words of L. Ron Hubbard, brain is brain. That man was an idiot. I'm sorry to any Scientologists out there, but the man was crazy. Right. So we've gone for a really, not just proper off-white. So there's a little bit of bone. There's a little bit of bone left in here. And we're going to go around for another. This time we're going to try and be a bit sharper. See, that's really striking, really stark, I think. I'm hoping it will dry darker. It won't stick out as much as it looks like it's doing right now. I have faith that it will, in fact, dry darker. Or we can just try and put it on a bit thinner, which is what I'm trying to do now. I think it's working. Let's see. So we can do. Okay, yeah, that's working. There we go. Just had to be a bit thinner. That's what it was. God, I love these guys. See, like I said, for years and years, I was afraid of painting Deathwing because I was never any good at painting bright colours. But sometimes, if you push yourself out of your comfort zone and just take a leap, you find yourself not only painting something new, but painting something really cool and taking your painting level to a whole new next step. I think, everything about this army that this Dark Angel army, I always feel like everything I paint just seems to be like, yeah, that's the one. You know, the Ravenwing I did ages ago, and I know they look good. But now, if I can finally add a Deathwing contingent, like a full Deathwing contingent, rather than just the odd character or whatever. I said my Guardians had loads of Deathwinging because they were silver with red robes, and the red robes were done really easily. But finally getting down to doing the OG Deathwing, I'm so excited. So excited for. But here we go. So again, this is me sort of taking a while to have a go at this because I'm also, like I said, I'm talking to you guys whilst I'm doing this. But I reckon I could probably get a squad of these guys done in a couple of days, rather than getting a guy done in a couple of days. Wow, that's fun. Look at that. That's cool. So, we're slowly coming towards the end of the night. And I thought I'd put the question out there, seeing as, like I said, as Fridays are going to be our casual Fridays, and I'll be painting random things on them, is there anything in particular you'd like me to have a go at on stream? Like any particular faction or colour scheme? I can't promise that I have everything. Like if you say, I want you to paint this random special character or unit, I can't guarantee that I'll have it, but I will do my best to at least find something that's similar in colour scheme that I can bring into paint. And it doesn't have to be Games Workshop. It could be drop fleet ships that I've done similar things of in the past. It could be some Legion, Star Wars Legion things. It could be a BattleTech, Battle Mech. Anything you want. If you think we'd love to see some stuff on a Casual Friday, let me see you have a go at. You know, even if it's just a colour, you'd like to get some info and like to see me have a go. Either comment in the chat now or leave us a comment on the YouTube channel. Or if you're watching this on YouTube, leave us a comment with what you'd like to see more of. Because I also, another thing I'd like to do on YouTube would be make some painting shorts. So very specific videos, little videos about how I do particular colours in like a minute or two. That's something I want to be able to do and pass on. That's the kind of painting knowledge I want to showcase. How I cheat my way to victory when it comes to painting. Not in gaming. Just in painting. Cheating's only okay if it's in painting. But yeah, here we are. So yeah, I think this is definitely the final. This is really, I think, bringing it all together. A basing tutorial? No, that's fine. That's totally fine. I mean, are you talking like this sort of basing, this sort of basic sort of sand and tufts? Any particular arena? I mean, I can show you. I've done basing what? Yeah, just the basic sort of what I call generic GW basing. Yeah, I can certainly do that for you, my good man. We did a bit of that on Wednesday with the Night Goblins, but I will. I tell you what I'll do next Friday. So come join us again. Well, join us every day on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But especially on Friday, if you come back next Friday, what I will do is I'll make sure I've got some guys in different states, so I can do the whole Blue Peter. Here's one I made earlier. So we don't have to sit and wait for the layers to dry, because that can take forever. But I can do you a quick basing video. Again, it's really easy, really quick. But again, one of those things that's just once you've been shown, it's easy to be like, oh wow, it's that easy, and hopefully that'll be one of those for you. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll make sure I've got a set of bases ready to go, and I can just do that as a basic tutorial. And you could ask me questions at the same time if there's anything specific, or if you want to tailor it to a different sort of area. No problems. Like I said, that's what part of the reason for this stream is to interact and share. So not just me showing off painting. It's also, teaching. I want to share my skills with others, and help build the community. But yeah, that'd be really cool. So yeah, I'll bring down a couple of examples of different types of bases I've done. So different, what's the word I'm looking for? Vistas is not really the word, but yeah, different basing types. Sort of rough, sort of tundras, the generic sort of deserty colours, and yeah, we can do a quick basing video because it's really satisfying, and that's what my buzzword of the month is: satisfying when it comes to painting. And again, faces and bases, that is definitely one half of that phrase. And it's very, again, good basing goes a long way in showcasing an awesome paint job. Landscapes, that's it, that's the word. When you just can't bring it to mind. You just can't bring that word to mind. You're like, yeah. Areas of scenic beauty. No, that's not the right one. Locations, no. Yeah, my brain always seems to go for the more complicated versions. Like I say, like the word vista. It's not the right word. Yes, landscape types. Yeah, rocks or tundra or snow or whatever. Yeah. I tell you a guy who's the master of basing. If you want to see, like, because I can show you, I will show you. So let's see a tutorial for easiest face. Yes, I will definitely do that. That one should be really easy. I will try and refine it as best I can before I bring it in. So, because there's what I think I'll do. I think I'll do a couple because there's a few different ways I think to do them. And I'll make an idea. Maybe we'll just have to do tutorials. Maybe I'll have to throw in every other stream or so, and then turn them into separate videos online. But yeah, we can definitely do that. We'll go maybe just cover some of the basics. Little quick things like I do. Like again, I'll probably show off my recipe for Custodes armor, which again, super simple, super quick, super effective. I think the hardest part about painting the Custodes army, I've got one almost finished, but I gave up because I hit the hardest stage, which is actually painting the spears. Was the hardest part of painting the Custodes army. Like the gold and like the red and all that sort of colours, super quick and super easy. Gemstones, do gemstones in my sleep. But the flipping going back in and redoing all the spears, that's the bit that just killed me when I was trying to do that project. Yeah. Oh, I've actually got some Stormcast in that scheme. I've got a unit of what are the big? There's the big fellas from the last set with the massive guys, the guys with the really big chunky dudes. I want to say decimators, but I don't think that's right. Dominators maybe. The guys with like with the shields, like the big gnarly shields and the whacking great hammers. Yeah, I did it. They were like they were in the last starter set. They were really cool. I did a unit of them, painted up all lovely. Yes, this is again. It was one of those things. Like between Stormcast and Primaris Marines, like it was easy when they were tactical, assault, or devastated Marines. I'm just like I want to say did they begin with D? Devastator, Dominator, Defensonator, Defenestраtor. Although I would pay to see a unit of Defenestrators. That would be fun. A unit specifically designed to throw people out of windows. I mean, I don't know whether they bring the windows. Like there's like a unit of Stormcast just carting around like massive windows. One of them holds it up and then the other one just throws people through it. That's the unit we need in Stormcast. The Defenestrators. Don't tell me you don't want that because it sounds awesome. You know it does. Right. So we're reaching the home stretch, both in terms of this stream and this model. I think we're really close to finishing. Again, another quick tutorial I will probably want to show people is how to get lovely, flat, smooth transfers on stupid, round Space Marine shoulder pads. Like this guy here, how to get a lovely, flat, blended in transfer is another great little tutorial that I can definitely show off because, again, it's one of those things, once you've seen how it's done, you will never want to go back to any other form of marking things out. Because believe me, once you've seen the secret and seen how ridiculously easy it is to just make transfers go flat on a Space Marine shoulder pad, and I said it before I think I said it on Wednesday stream, but like this is one of the two major secret ingredients for that. A Happy Hobby hairdryer, patent pending, is one of the most important tools for making nice smooth transfers, and obviously making it quick as well. Oh yeah, no. See, this is the thing, right? Before I when you used to see all those old again, it's time for a quick rant. So all the old transfers tutorials used to be in GW, they'd be like, what you want to do is you want to put it on, and you want to cut here, and then fold it flat. And it was horrible because obviously the shape would bend and fold, and it was disgusting. And I hated it, and it never worked. But yeah, with the method I'll show you on this torso, in 5 minutes I will make you the happiest man ever when it comes to transfers. They will literally, you don't care how round, flat, whatever, you can just put them on and they will just go round, and they'll end up like this Deathwing symbol. He says, quickly transitioning back. Yes, you see how smooth and flat this symbol is. And it's the same on all of my guys. Like, this is quite a round symbol. This skull here, yeah, completely flat onto that shoulder pad. It is one of those things. Like, so the two things you really need. There's four things you need for flat transfers. So if you want to get them in ahead of time, gloss varnish, matte varnish, a Happy Hobby hairdryer, and micro set or micro sol. Again, I can never remember which one's which, but you want the red one. So if you type in micro set or micro sol, SOL, into Google, it will pop up, and you want the red one. Whichever one of set or sol. All I said, the hairdryer. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's the hairdryer is the key, right? The hairdryer is what will really help shape it, okay? Because the sol, again, it was something I did use the sol set stuff before, and it really helps and is quite useful, but it's the hairdryer that really will help you put transfers on any shape you care to name. So again, that'll be on next week's Friday. Make me next week's Friday episode. Friday stream is gonna be how to paint, how to do various little quick tutorials. And I can do all that, and I can cut them all up and throw them on YouTube, and then I don't know, profit. Probably not, but at least I'll made a good attempt at content. But yeah, so please join us next week for that. Thank you for that. Correcting. That's already there we go. That's given me my main plan for next week. I know what I'm going to be doing. Alongside hopefully Squigs, because I'm really hoping that our order for the rest of the Night Goblins that we've been working on is here soon, because I want to paint some Squigs. Thank you. No, thank you. You know, I can think of things, or I can try to think of things, but sometimes somebody just saying something, you're like, you know what, that is probably a much better idea. Also, that means that somebody will at least watch it. So, speaking of which, I should probably do the old call to action, I believe they call it, on YouTube and whatnot. So please, for those of you who have enjoyed and had a good time in the stream here today, please like, share, follow, subscribe, whatever it is. Please follow on Twitter. Go over to our socials at Onyx Dragon Gaming. You can find links to the Facebook and Twitter. I'll add the Instagram when I can remember to below. Please drop us a like and a subscribe or whatever it is on those particular platforms, so you can see all of the stuff we've done. Because, like I said, I'm planning on doing all sorts of content across all different platforms for whatever is appropriate the most. So, obviously, streaming is something that's most appropriate for Twitch, and vlogging, I think, is kind of more appropriate for YouTube. So yeah, please tell your and also tell your friends. Tell your friends that there's a middle-aged crackpot online who paints things and occasionally spouts things that could be, if you squint hard enough, be construed as wisdom. And also goes on hilarious rants about things when prodded. So yes. Right, so this is a bit of fun. So I've highlighted quickly the edge of those bits of parchment with a bit of Rackar flesh mixed with some white, and next is going to be just adding a bit of script work to them. So I've thinned some black down, and what I'm going to try and do is just do lines of faint squiggles below each other on the parchment to make it look like there is some, bit like this tree, make it look like there's some meaningful stuff hidden behind some cheeky little squiggles. So, Jean, should we explain so? Yeah, thank you. My broken tech speak. And also, yeah, I think that's probably the best description of me. Middle-aged man rambles on about painting and occasionally makes a good point. So yeah, this bit's one of those things that's really hard to do. I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to try and pretend that this is one of those easy tricks I can show you. Because having the brush control to do tiny word-like squiggles on a parchment is not the easiest thing in the world, but it's something I've practiced. So that means, all the difference that means is that maybe 7, 8 times out of 10, it works for me. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I don't know if you can see that there. We've got the parchment done. The only thing left to do, I think, is wax seals on said parchments. So we've got 2 of them that have. I need to get me. Do you know what? I've thought it for years, but I need to get me a proper wet palette because it's really useful, and also more importantly, it's really easy to replace. So you can see which parts of the palette have already been covered. So we're going to do these purity seals in the classic red wax colour, which I like. For that, I like to use corn red. I think it's a really cool colour. So we give it a good. There we go, good coverage. Again, this is none of those. I could have done this a bit earlier because we're going to wash it the same sort of way as the parchment. And you don't matter whether you do it the thin way. Got the crazy, got my red glass palette, the crazy massive one. That sounds cool. I've not seen those before. I think I have an army painter one somewhere. I think I got one. I was like, one of the, when it was a big thing, and everyone was like, yeah, you need a wet palette, you need a wet palette. And I was like, do I? But I think I might be finally getting to that point where maybe I do. Yeah, exactly. It'll obviously make you a better painter. It's like an airbrush, right? As soon as you get one of those airbrushes, you can, you're like a fine artiste. You can do all those amazing things that people do. Or if you buy artist opus brushes, if you spend £65 on a set of three makeup brushes. I jest. Like I said, I have a lot of opinions. One of them is I'm not a huge fan of Artist Opus's brushes. I use Rosemary & Co. Instant skill increase. Yeah, it's like Warcraft or whatever. When you put the equipment in, it's just like you have a +5 to your tailoring skill. It's exactly how it works. If you have all the right equipment, you instantly become better at painting. That's exactly how it works. But yeah, when it comes to paintbrushes, I love Rosemary & Co.'s brushes. They are they have the good balance of being both really good and a decent price. He says that, however, I am currently using a Winsor & Newton Series 7, which are the creme de la creme of all brushes, in my opinion. But that's because I got them for Christmas. Because I have them on my Christmas list every year, because my family, they're relatively easy for them to find, and they're in a good price bracket for a Christmas present. Nice cheeky Christmas present. And I always need new brushes. Because whilst I'm an okay painter, I am very, very hard on my brushes. I need to learn. That's another one of those skill increasing pieces of kit I need. I need to get me some brush soap. Except I genuinely do need to get me some brush soap. I joke about it, but no. I could really use with getting some. I keep forgetting to do it. And then I kill another brush, and I'm like, oh, I should have got some brush soap. But one of these days, I will remember and actually purchase some when I can figure out where to get it from. So, where are we? These purity seals, we're just going to quickly give them a cheeky wash. Cheeky jappy. Cheeky wash with some Agrex Earthshade. Bob's your uncle, mate. Blinding. I don't know why I suddenly went down to a lovable Cockney ragamuffin, but I did. And you can't unhear that now. Also, another cool bit, another thing I love painting, one of my favourite details I love on almost every model is lenses and gemstones. You know, because again, it's one of those things that just like once you learn how to do them, it looks so freaking cool. Well, I say that, but so I'm going to put some black over these lenses. Ta-da! Like that. So they're ready to go. While these other bits are drying. And then we're going to get some corn red again. It's a good start for red lenses. And what we're going to do is on these really tiny ones, we're just going to paint the whole thing as one colour and then highlight it, because I can paint fine details, but there's fine details and then there's fine details, and I'm just too tired to do that. So what we're going to try and do on this small one is we're going to paint the bottom 2/3 in corn red. And we're going to come back with some Evil Sun Scarlet. A little bit of Evil Sun Scarlet. And this one we're going to do in the middle of the two tiny ones. And for this slightly bigger one, we're going to go for the bottom half-ish to the bottom third in a sort of curved motion. And then, because these are so tiny, normally I do like, depending on the size of the gem, depends on how many layers I do of different colours. But because these are so freaking tiny, you are never ever going to see all of the transitions. So I'm just going to come back in with a bit of Lugganath orange and just draw a little bit of it round the bottom corner in a little curl and put a spot on the top of these other ones. And then to finish it off, we're going to put a tiny dot of white in the opposite corner to where we just put that orange. I'm just going to try and tilt that so you can try and see it as best I can. Yep, done. And that's a bit of lens. As for our purity seals, what we're going to do with those is we're going to go back to corn red, but what we're going to do with it is we're going to mix a small amount of pure white in with it. Not a lot, just a little bit, so that it kind of takes on a slightly pinkish tone. And then, where are we? So we find our purity seal, and we just go around the edge so that we have, you can see the raised edge of the seal, and then in the middle we try and leave a little ring around the outside, but try and pick up the middle like so. I'll do the same thing on this one. He says, I think again this is where I need some brush soap. So this one will start in the middle, I think, and then go around the outside. Come back in this side. Ta-da! And there we go. Job done. Oh, I think I went a bit too far with the corn red when I first put it on. So for the umpteenth millionth time, I'm going to go back in with some Screaming Skull. Just touch it up there. Ta-da! So yeah, there we go. he's pretty much almost all finished. Although I just realised we didn't do the highlight on the gun case. So I'll just quickly do that. Go with some Warboss for those of you who weren't here earlier. I'm going to highlight this gun case with some Warboss green. Thin down quite a bit so we can make it go on quickly. And again, with it nice and being hard edges, we can just tilt the model and run the brush all the way around on the sharpest edges, like so. Ooh. Yeah, I'm in no rush. I just suddenly thought, I was like, I'm just getting excited as I near the end. That's what it is. So I'm just going to go flat round the edge of the case, like so. We need to get into these little recessed bits as well. And with these little cutouts, I'm just going to highlight one side like that. And there, I think I'm happy to call that finished. Like I said, I could glaze. See, on my eye, these look a little bit different. I think the one on the right is slightly lighter, but it might be now once it's based, it might pick up that colour. Obviously, he doesn't have a head either, so that doesn't help. Oh, we forgot one more. I forgot. There's one more gemstone, because sergeants on their Crux Terminati cruxes have a gemstone at the bottom. And I completely forgot about that. So we're going to go back in and rebase coat it, trying to leave the bevel that it's mounted in gold. Although we might have to go back in and paint that in again. So yeah, there we go. So that's black tin. And then we'll come in with some corn red again. See, these diamond looking ones are quite a pain to paint, I find. I do my best, but I've never quite got them as good as like oval or flat gemstones. Yeah, that's it. Golden Demon, you keep missing a gem. Yeah, this thing wouldn't get anywhere near a Golden Demon, trust me. It's far too messy. Yeah. If I could do a Golden Demon level model in a day, I think I would be probably the painting god. But I cannot get anywhere near. I think maybe on my best day. Well, actually no. If my best day lasted for 6 straight months, I might be in with a chance at maybe if it was the right category, and a lot of people were ill. I might be in with a chance of a bronze, a Golden Demon, but for now, like I said, I'm happy to be a solid army painter because I like filling my cabinets with model now. So I said with these diamond ones, they're a bit different to doing the flat ones. I try and do them by painting a base colour and then sort of highlighting the vertexes. So like the 4 side edges that make the pyramid, try and highlight those. And then come back in with some of our Lugganath orange and just do sort of the top 3, so the very point. No, never make these look good. We're going to do our best. We're going to pop a little zenithal dot on this corner, like that, and that'll do. Like I said, I don't know what it is. I have to ask some friends. Say a whole box set of Marines fully cleaned. So when you say a box set, do you mean like a squad or do you mean like an entire army? So here's like an army box. So let's say like a Leviathan. Are we talking like a box, a unit of, say, intercessors? Just a squad. A squad. How long would it take me to build it from fully? Probably an hour or two. I get quite anal with cleaning up parts, so usually it takes me like an hour or two to do like a full 10-man squad, like from the sprues to all the way cleaned and put onto bases. I would probably say somewhere in the region of an hour or two. It depends. Again, it depends how many parts there are and how many small parts there are. Because if there's loads of tiny parts, I find those are the hardest to clean up. Thank you. Again, that's 30 years of experience. I've just gotten so used to how those sort of models go together. I don't know. Build. Strangely, as much fun as I have painting, building has always been my favourite part of the hobby. I think this comes from my days of building airfix kits, way before even when I started playing this hobby. But yeah, building's just my favourite part, and I love it. I love seeing them come together. So yeah, I build things quite quickly. I just mean to say I'm slapdash because I get really anal about it. I want to clean up every single part. But yeah, that's about right. An hour and a half is about right for me, I think. Hour and a half, 2 hours for a box of 10 Marines. If it's a squad I've never done before, so it's like when I was building these striking scorpions the other night. I think it probably took a bit longer because I was really careful with them, and I'd never done them before. It does help these days with modern GW kits for me that you kind of go, okay, so the first guy in the squad is going to be parts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, for example. So I can just be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1 goes to 2, and 2 goes to 3, and 3 goes to 4. As opposed to back in the day, we just got like a picture of a sprue and was like, find a pair of legs, find some arms. There you go. You have a Space Marine. Yeah, that's it's a lot easier these days, I think, than it was. Ironically, when they had more parts. No, I wouldn't say you're slow. I'd probably say that I'm just really fast. I've gotten, like I said, I have a lot of experience, and it's my favourite part. Plus, I have autism brain on my side, and it's one of my sort of autistic superpowers is the ability to look at a bunch of parts and be able to figure out how they all go together and things. So that's just, that probably does help a little bit. So yeah, don't get yourself down. Like I said, it's again, like I think the number of Marines I've painted in my time probably helps. Like we're literally talking like probably knocking on the door of thousands of Marines. I mean, I used to basically build Marine armies in battle companies, so that would be my default setting. Would be okay. We'll start with 100 Marines, and I've tried to get better, but I like I said, because I enjoy building, I would build entire armies. Just even now, my hobby room, stroke office, is just covered in built models that are either undercoated, maybe one of them is painted, some of them are base coated, but most of them are just all grey. Yeah, and they're all just piled. I'm trying really hard not to just keep constantly building more and more stuff. I bet if Ben sees this, he's going to laugh at that. But it's better than it was. I'm working on it, you know. But yeah, there are still hundreds of models in my hobby room, just everywhere in my hobby room, that are built with nothing else done to them. Because I just love building, and then I love seeing them all together. Especially fantasy stuff now. Now we're back to square bases again. This is not, hey, we finally made it back to old world again. Yeah, that's my jam, is building units and then ranking them all up next to each other. I think that's my inner 9-year-old who loves to do that. And as they say, getting old happens. Growing up is optional, and I choose not to to grow up. Because I'm 8.5 and I'm never going to be 9. Oh! I forgot about my alarm. My 10 o'clock alarm. There it is. See, normally I would shut down the stream at this point, but some friends of the stream said they wanted to come by just after 10. So I'm going to hang out for a little bit longer and give them the chance to come and say hello. Because I'm still poking away at this sergeant. We're now at the stage where I just, I probably should put it down and just be like, it's done. But I just keep seeing little bits that I just want to fix. So we're going to do that for another few minutes while we wait to see if anyone else arrives in the stream from some other places. Cool. Right. I think we might need to do something with that gold. But I don't know what. But for now, yeah, I think one guy in 4 hours is a pretty good aim for, especially when it comes to something like a Deathwing Marine. I think while we're here, I'm going to crack out the old Dawnstone and try and base coat the rock that he stood on. Let's see how you paint those too. Oh yeah. I'll add it to the list. I will make a list of tutorials to do. Morgar's bone is your friend on that one, I tell you. Morgar's bone, and also I've also discovered that you don't need as much. Well, at least for me anyway. You don't need as much depth on robes as you might think you do. At least, like I said, that's how I've realised. Because I used to worry that I'd have to do like thousands of layers and go. But yeah, when it comes to red robes or bone robes, I've got good recipes for those now, and I'm very pleased with them. So I'm happy to share them with any who wish to come and absorb the knowledge. So yeah, we'll hang around here, I think probably till about 10 past, quarter past, to see if people are coming in. So we can say hello, and if not, we will call it for the night. Like I said, Friday nights is going to be the casual stream night. We'll see where it takes us. See what discussions take us where. Oop. Oh, I can start to hear people through the walls. Clearly everything's getting exciting next door. Oh, where am I? So yeah, this is easy. These rocks, when it comes to basing the sort of tactical rocks that various many people are on. With the particular bases I do for my Dark Angels, I just flat paint them Dawnstone. Although from this Dreamy Skull colour, I think it's going to take us a few coats to get a nice solid finish. But once we've got a nice solid finish with that, we are going to make up our own little wash to wash it down with, and then of black and brown, so we mix a bit of Rhinox hide and black together, and that works perfectly, I find. I'm just going to keep looking at him. Probably without his it's amazing how much like one detail I think makes all the difference. Like the fact that he doesn't have his transfer really makes him feel like even though no he's not got a head, but even without that head, like he still feels like he's finished but without that transfer and that blob of red, it really doesn't look like he's finished. So I should probably do that when I get home, because I will be itching about that until I get it done. But yeah, we'll see. Oh dear. Ooh, I tell you what, I think changing down to 4 hours of stream rather than 6 hours of stream is a much better idea. Oh, hello! Here we go. Oh my god, we've got a raid coming in. Hello to everybody from Honeycomb Combat. Thank you very much for the raid. That's awesome. Yeah, we've been painting a Deathwing Terminator tonight. Here's one in the Blue Peter style for those of you from the UK. Here's one I made earlier, and here's one. Well, technically I made this one earlier too because we've been painting him from scratch. Yeah, I know I did. I hung in there, but I never like to assume with people because people have busy lives. But thank you very much. We're just winding down here. I'm winding down. I thought I'd hang on in there and see you guys and see if what's his face? See if Mini Apothecary is coming as well. No, he's a busy man. But yeah, we've been painting Bone White tonight, which required a lot of backfilling and fixing things. But I'll tell you what, seeing all the new people coming in, I'll show off some of my cool things that have already been finished. So I brought in, because we've been talking about Dark Angels, my favourite chapter of Space Marines from Warhammer 40,000. So yeah, here's some of the ones I've done for the army already. This is the new Terminator Chaplain model, which I absolutely adore, with his massive mace and kick-ass storm shield. I'm really pleased with how he's come out. Again, I've left his, because I'm really terrified about doing tiny script work, which I really need to practice on. I've left the name that we're going to give him off there. I've also got my my Primaris Company Master, which is going to be Company Master Sheol of the 3rd Company of the Dark Angels, which I converted up from the Captain Lazarus model. Again, because I feel like all characters should have back banners. And I think we were saying before, I think I'm going to have to find some to do for the chaplain. I'm going to find one for him. And of course, the pièce de résistance of all of them, my personal favourite model, maybe even my personal favourite model I've ever painted is Lionel Johnson, the Primarch of the Dark Angels, returned to the 41st millennium to lead the chapter that bears his name against the forces of darkness arrayed against humanity. Yeah, he was so much fun to paint, so much fun. He was such a cool model. Like I can never remember, because Game doesn't tell us exactly who designed everything these days, but whoever it was, if you ever see this or ever hear about this, absolute hats off to you. You have managed to pluck the idea of the lion out of my skull and make a miniature of him, and I am absolutely overwhelmed by it. What else have I brought with me? Oh yeah, I've also brought this, a Ballistus Dreadnought, which is like a very cool update on the classic metal Dreadnought that I remember from my youth, that was originally made of lead and could kill a man from 20 paces if thrown at him correctly. Again, I think he needs, in homage to his old metal self, I think he needs a massive back banner. But we need to find that. We need to find one. Another older model that I did for my Dark Angels, the Grand Master of the Raven Wing, Samael, which was an absolute pain to build and paint because this model is fine cast, so it's resin, and a very bad resin at that, with one exception, because I happen to have an old metal one and there was no way on God's green earth I was going to use a fine cast sword especially when it's poked out at that angle. So yeah, this is actually the only metal part on an entirely resin model. But he's painted now, which means I don't have to do another one ever again. So yeah, he's the Grandmaster of the Raven Wing. I know he's missing his book, but I don't know what happened to it, so I've left it off. I might use a new one from the new sprue when it comes in. And talking about older models, this is one of my favourite models I've ever painted in my life too. This is Company Master Belial of the 3rd Company. So this was back when Space Marines were this size, when they were what we call Firstborn. This was inspired by the novel Purging of Cadalus, the story of the retaking of Persina 4, which was absolutely awesome book to read. Yeah, I had to make Cap Master Belial. This is my take on him. I matched his heraldry as close as I could to that was in the book. I tried to paint his Heavenfall blade, which has always been described as like a made from meteoric, like a weird black meteorite. So I tried to do that, and give it a sort of crystalline look to it, but also a really sharp look to it too. And he's one of my favourite models, like I said, I've ever painted. At some point, when I have time, when I can take a couple of months, I've always planned to do what I call Project Catalyst, because there's a list in the back of the book of every Dark Angel that was on Catalyst, and it's about 120, 130 Marines and various tanks, and I've always wanted to do the whole lot of them, all of them, every single character, every single squad, converted up, painted up, to go with Belial, and just have as a display piece, including the 2 Thunderhawk gunships that they're supposed to have. But yes, so anyway, I have to say I am flaggy now. I'm still not quite used to this streaming malarkey. I'm doing my best, but I'm starting to get there. So I'm going to say we're going to slowly wind down. Thank you so much for everyone who joined us today for the first of our casual Fridays, doing in random things. Thank you everyone who's been part of the chat and having a way for Crack TI, coming up with some lovely ideas for some tutorials we can show off in the future. Thank you to Honeycomb Combat for bringing over some people just for this last few things. Thank you much to everyone who's following. If you like what you see here, if you like a middle-aged, as I said, if you like the sound of a middle-aged man ranting about what models were like 30 years ago and showing off some cool painting techniques, then please drop us a follow. Go over to our social medias, which you can find below this stream. And coming soon, ever so soon, is the Onyx Dragon Gaming YouTube channel, where we will be where the VODs of our streams here will be, but also original content and different projects will be hosted on there. So check that out soon. And like I said to everyone, thank you very much for joining me. We'll see you all again next time. So thank you so much for joining us, and I'll see you next week. See you on Monday, 6 till 10. Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week. We're back to our Night Goblins. So long, and thanks for all the fish.